The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Grade 8 learners. How are you doing today? I hope everyone is doing great. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Cecil Sigarsin, your English teacher broadcaster for today, broadcasting live here in Paniki, Tarlac, via remote broadcast. Join me today for a 25 minutes of fun and learning in English Grade 8. Before anything else, my dear students, I want you to get your learning activity sheet, pen and paper to write on, and be in a place where you are most comfortable while listening to the radio broadcast or watching this episode. In the last two episodes, you have learned from Teachers Iris and Teacher Syra the different issues that may be involved in the text listened to. Do you still remember the different kinds of issues they discussed? Very good. These are social, moral, and economic issues. Before going to the next topic, let us have a short review by answering activity number 1. Read the sentences carefully. Write social if the sentence refers to social issues. Moral if it is about moral issues. And economic if it talks about economic issues. Write your answer on your answer sheet or comment down in our Facebook Live now. Let me read the sentences. Item number 1. A government employee accepting bribes from the applicant. Item number 2. A high school student who became pregnant. Item number 3. Continuous oil price hike. Item number 4. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, many workers lost their jobs. And item number 5. A large amount of shabu was seized during a police operation. Are you done? Let us check your answers. For item number 1, a government employee accepting bribes from the applicant. What is your answer? Very good. It is a moral issue. Item number 2. A high school student who became pregnant. What is this issue? The answer is moral issue. Very good. Item number 3. Continuous oil price hike. What issue is this? You're right. It is an economic issue. For item number 4, due to COVID-19 pandemic, many workers lost their jobs. What kind of issue is this? Very good. It is an economic issue. And for item number 5, a large amount of shabu was seized during a police operation. What kind of issue is this? Yes, very good. It is a social issue. Great job, learners! This afternoon is another exciting topic for you to learn, my dear learners. You will be going to discover and learn a new lesson in English 8, which is about analyzing literature as a mirror to a shared heritage of people with diverse backgrounds. Specifically, we will focus on the following objectives. Number 1, identify the concepts on analyzing literature and its elements. Number 2, analyze literature as a way to build understanding of other people's background. Have you ever thought of looking into the culture, traditions, and values of other people? How are you going to do it? Let's find out in activity number 2, letter A. On your activity sheet, put a check mark on each item. If it is showing way of knowing others and relating to their diverse background, leave it blank if it is not sharing some commonalities and heritage. Let me read the sentences and I will give you a few seconds to do it. Number 1, visiting other places' landmarks. Number 2, eating famous dishes of the place. Number 3, talking to the people about their culture, traditions, values, and experiences. Number 4, reading and analyzing some of the place's literature like stories, poems, and songs. Are you done? Let's find out if your answers are correct. If you check all the items, you're right. We can understand and appreciate the culture, traditions, and values of other people by visiting their places, having a taste of their famous dishes, and talking to the people about their nation's background. But if you cannot visit their place, we can still do it by simply reading and analyzing their literature, like stories, poems, and songs. But how do we analyze literature? Analyzing literature involves breaking down the text into its separate parts and looking how those parts work together. It is examining how the ideas and elements of the text relate to a personal, social, political, and cultural situation. When we analyze literature, we consider 7 important elements. These are: first is the setting. The setting is a description of where and when the story takes place. It also involves the geographical situation, weather, time of day, and social conditions in the story. Let us have this example. Once upon a time, in a faraway city of Mon. Once upon a time indicates time, and in a faraway city of Mon describes the geographical situation and place in the story. The second element of literature is the characterization. Characterization tells how the characters are described through dialogue, how they speak, how they show their physical appearance, and how they express their thoughts and feelings. For example, Makato is diligent, responsible, and full of ambition. He never idles. He always finds time to make his time worthwhile. So, the character here, Makato, is being described. That's characterization. The third element of a literature is the plot. It is the main sequence of events that make up the story. The parts of a plot are exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and resolution. From the story Makato and the Cowrie Shell, the exposition part is this. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Makato. He was an orphan, so he had to make a living for himself. That's exposition. The second sequence of the plot is the rising action. The example is, Makato left his village and set forth into the wide world. Next is the climax of the story. Example, he bought some lettuce seeds from the cowrie shell given by the king. Next sequence is the falling action of the story. He grew seeds and offered the king lettuces. Finally, the resolution is the king was impressed that he was given a position in the palace. So, those are the sequence of the plot in the story. Next element of the literature is the point of view. The point of view means from whose eyes or viewpoint the story is being told. The point of view of the story Makato and the Cowrie Shell is in the third person. Moreover, being in the third person point of view is indicated by the presence of third person pronouns such as he, she, it, they, and others. The element which falls under conflict. It is called tension or problem. It is usually the heart of the story and is related to the main character. The conflict in the story is that Makato, who grew up poor and an orphan, needed to reach his big ambition. So, when he gave the king a cowrie shell and was told to keep it, he made a decision to find a way on how he would be able to repay the king and make him proud someday. The sixth element of literature is the theme. The theme is the main idea, lesson, or message in the story. It is usually an abstract, universal idea about the human condition, society, or life. That is evident in literary piece. The theme that prevailed in the story is good luck. Lastly, the seventh element of literature is the author's style. It has something to do with the author's vocabulary, tone, or feeling of the story. It has to do with his attitude towards the subject. The writer may also use literary devices as a style, especially in poems. Did you master them? Great! Now that we have ideas on how to analyze literature, let's try to see if you remembered the important concepts about our lesson. Let us have an activity. Please get your activity sheet and let us answer activity number 2, letter B. Read and identify each item by putting a check mark to find out the important things to consider in analyzing literature. Leave them the item if it is less important. Item number 1. Break the text into separate parts. Item number 2. Relate the story to your personal experiences. Item number 3. Look at how the parts of the text work together. Item number 4. Read the text without paying attention to unfamiliar words. And item number 5, examine the elements in relation to a piece of literature. Are you ready to answer? I will give you a few seconds to decide on the items you will check. You may start. Are you done? Let us check. Out of these 5 items, which are important in analyzing literature? If you check items number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 5, you are correct. These 4 items are important considerations when analyzing literature. Did you get the answers correctly? If yes, nice going, learners. Keep it up. Let us continue answering activity number 2, letter C. Match the 7 elements in analyzing literature from column B with the definitions in column A. Number 1. It is a description of where and when the story takes place. What is your answer? If you answered letter E, setting, you are right. Number 2. It deals with how the characters are described through dialogue. By the way they speak can be the physical appearance, thoughts, and feelings. What is your answer? Did you answer letter G? Characterization? If yes, that's great. Number 3. It is usually the heart of the story and is related to the struggles of the characters. What is your answer? If you write letter D, conflict, you got it. Number 4. It is the main idea, lesson, or message in the story or may tell of a universal value. Did you choose letter C? Tim? If yes, very good. And number 5, it has to do with the author's vocabulary, tone, or feeling of the story. What is your answer? The answer is letter F, style. I know you did a very good job in these activities. Let us now try to apply this concept by analyzing a literature from Africa. Would you like to know the characteristics and values of African people? That's exciting! Fasten your seatbelts and enjoy your travel to Africa by listening carefully as I read the poem, I Am an African Child. After listening, let us try to answer some questions. Here we go! I Am an African Child by Echo Macbeth. I am an African child, born with a skin the color of chocolate, bright, brilliant, and articulate, strong and bold. I am gifted, talented enough to be the best. I am an African child. Open the target of pity. My future is not confined to charity. Give me the gift of a lifetime. Give me a dream, a door of opportunity. I will thrive. I am an African child. Do not hide my fault. Show me my wrong. I am like any other. Teach me to dream, and I will become. I am an African child. I am the son, daughter of the soil, rich in texture and content, full of potential for a better tomorrow. Teach me discipline, teach me character, teach me hard work, teach me to think like the star within me. I am an African child. I can be extraordinary. Call me William Kamkwamba the inventor. Give me a library with books, Give me a scrapyard and discarded electronics. Give me a broken bicycle, plus the freedom to be me, and I will build you a windmill. I am an African child. We are the new generation, not afraid to be us, uniquely gifted, black and talented, shining like the stars we are. We are the children of Africa, making the best of us. Yes, I am an African child. Did you like the poem, learners? Now, let us try to find out how well you understood the content of the poem. Let us answer activity number 3. Read and understand the poem and then answer the following questions below. Write the letter of your answer on the answer sheet or in the comment section below. Item number 1. Which among the choices describes an African child? A. Born with the skin, the color of chocolate. B. Born with the skin, the color of snow. C. Dirty. And D. Malnourished. What is the answer? The correct answer is letter B. Born with the skin, the color of chocolate. Because, as mentioned in the first stanza of the poem, Africans are described having a chocolate-colored skin. Number 2. What does the first stanza tell us about the African child? A. He or she is willing to learn. B. The African child is inventive and creative. C. His physical appearance speaks volume of her pride. Letter D. She thinks of herself as the hope of her nation. Did you answer letter C? Then you are right. The first stanza of the poem emphasizes that Africans are proud of their color and physical appearance. Item number 3. What social issue does the second paragraph present about African children? A. Discrimination. B. Economic deprivation. C. Poverty. Or D. Violence. What is your answer? Yes, it's discrimination. The poem discusses issue about discrimination. Item number 4. What meaning is conveyed by the poem? A. Value of dreaming. B. Respect for our fellow men. C. Pride in being who you are and what you are. And letter D. Preservation of culture and wisdom of the elders. Did you choose letter C? If yes, you are correct. Regardless of their color and physical appearance, Africans are proud of what and who they are. Number 5. What African value are shown in the poem? A. Freedom fighter. B. Culturally diverse. C. Simple yet generous. And D. Hardworking, skilled, and efficient. What is the answer? As stated in the poem, Africans are hardworking, skilled, and efficient. So, the answer is letter D. And number 6, what is the theme of the poem? A. Love. B. Equality. C. Friendship. And D. Health. What is your answer? For number 6, the answer is letter B. Equality. This poem serves as an eye-opener to everyone that being an African isn't just about having chocolate-colored skin, but potential and brilliant people deserving of everything. Remember, everyone in this world is just the same no matter what color or nationality we have. So, just like the Africans, we should be proud of everything we have and never underestimate others just because they are different from us. Did you get a perfect score? Job well done, learners. But for those who did not, you may still catch up on the next activity or in the next episode. For your assignment, please read the Thai folktale Makato and the Cowshell. Then do the activity number 4. This activity will enhance you further in the application of our lesson in analyzing literature. Be careful in applying what you've learned today. If you have questions regarding our lesson, feel free to comment down your questions on our Facebook Live or YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26, or you may contact your English teacher. Rest assured that we will answer your questions right after this episode, and we are more than happy to respond. I hope that you have enjoyed and learned a lot today. Again, this has been your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Cecil C. Garcin, leaving you with this life learning quote from Zig Ziglar. It states that if you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. If you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. Please tune in again on Thursday for another great learning in English. Keep safe while enjoying the rest of the day.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam. We are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo sa Schools Division ng Tarlac Province sa RTV Channel 26 DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta mga gilo kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa masidhing ninyong pagpupunyagi sa patuloy sa pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto kayo sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ng COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Jessel G. Torres, upang samahan at gabayan kayo ang maunawaan ang aralin natin tungkol sa pag-usbong ng nasyonalismo sa Europa sa iba't ibang bahagi ng daigdig. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, pinapaalala kong muli ang ating kasunduan bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakikinig ng Aral TarlakHenyo at habang nakasubaybay sa broadcast natin ngayon. Pangalawa, ay ihanda ang CP ng inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin natin sa pag-aaral. At ang panghuli ay iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang inyong sarili sa paksang tatalakayin natin ngayon. Batid ko na kayang-kaya ninyang gawin. Balikan muna natin ang paksang aralin tinalakay natin noong nakaraang linggo. Susubukan ninyong balikan ang mga impormasyon ng aking ibibigay ukol sa mga dahilan, pangyayari at epekto ng ikalawang yugto ng kolonyalismo. Para sa ating balik-aral, balikan ang mga sumusunod na mga paksa na natalakay natin sa ikalawang yugto ng imperialismong kanluranin. Kung kaya't kayo ay makinig ng mabuti. Sa pagtatalakay natin noong nakaraang linggo, ang mga sumusunod na paksa ay natalakay natin. Una, ang imperialismo ng mga bansa sa Timog Asya. Ikalawa, ang United States sa paligsahan ng mga bansang mananakop. Ikatlo, ang protectorate at iba pang mga uri ng kolonya. At ang ikaapat at ang panghuli ay ang ikalawang yugto ng epekto ng ikalawang yugto ng imperialismo at kolonyalismo. Maliban dyan ay natutunan din ninyo ang Treaty of Paris na kung saan ito ay kasunduan ng dalawang nasyon, ang Estados Unidos at Espanya. Ang nilagdaan ito noong 1898 para matigil ang alitan ng dalawang bansa. Nalaman din ninyo na ang India ay itinuturing itong ningning na hiyas ng Britanya dahil naghatid ito ng malaking yaman at karangalan sa bansa nila ng Great Britain. Nalaman din ninyo na napasali ang United States sa pananakop ng mga lupain dahil sa mabilis na mga pagbabagong teknolohikal, industrial at ekonomiya. Ilan sa mga natutunan din ninyo ukol sa epekto ng ikalawang yugto ng imperialismong kanluranin ay ang pagsakop ng mga Europeo sa halos malaking bahagi ng Timog Amerika, Afrika at Asya. Alam ko na naaalala ninyong lahat ang mga nabanggit kong mga impormasyon ukol sa nakaraang talakayan. Binigyan din natin sa nakaraang talakayan ang naging epekto ng ikalawang yugtong imperialismo at kolonyalismo. Okay, sa paksang ito ay nagkaroon tayo ng mas malinaw at malawak na kaalaman tungkol sa epekto ng kolonyalismo sa mga bansang nasakop nila. Okay, ang epekto ng kolonyalismo sa mga lupaing nasakop at epekto ng imperialismo sa mga lupa, okay, na napasa kamay nila. Natutunan din ninyo na maraming aspekto, okay, ng buhay ang naapektuhan sa pananakop, okay, ng mga kolonyalista. Ang mga gawaing pangpolitika, pang-ekonomiya, panlipunan, espiritual, at pangkultural ay ginamit ng mga mananakop upang ganyakin, okay, ang mga bansang nasakop na sumunod sa kanila, okay, sa mga ipapagawa nila. Kung sa nakaraang talakayan ay tinalakay natin ang tungkol sa epekto ng ikalawang yugto ng imperialismo at kolonyalismo. Ngayong araw na ito ay handa ka na ba? Okay, o handa na ba kayo sa isa na namang panibagong aralin? Game na ba kayong mag-aral at matuto dito sa Aral TarlakHenyo? Atin naman tatalakayin ngayon ang pagsibol ng nasyonalismo sa iba't ibang bahagi ng daigdig. Dahil sa Rebolusyong Amerikano at Pranses, nagkaroon ng malaking bunga, okay, ang kaayusan ng politikal, okay, ng mga bansa sa daigdig. Isang siglo matapos ang mga ito, ramdam pa rin ang bakas ng mga ideyang ipinaglalaban nila. Inaasahan natin na sa pagkatapos ng leksyon ngayong araw na ito ay kaya ninyong matukoy ang karagdagang kaalaman tungkol sa pagpapahalaga sa nasyonalismo sa iba't ibang bahagi ng daigdig. Tuklasin natin ang halaga nito sa pagsibol ng damdaming nasyonalismo. Aalabin din natin ang pag-unlad ng nasyonalismo, okay, sa Soviet Union, okay, at maging ang nasyonalismo, okay, sa Amerika o sa Latin America. Ngayon ay sisimulan na natin, okay, ang ating talakayan sa pagpapahalaga ng nasyonalismo sa iba't ibang bahagi ng daigdig. Ang isang proseso, ang paglinang at pag-unlad, okay, ng nasyonalismo ay hindi maaari itong biglaan. Okay? Ang proseso kasi sa paglinang at pag-unlad, hindi maaaring biglaan. Okay, ang nasyonalismo hindi pwede, okay, na biglaan mo lang yan madarama. Okay, kinakailangan itong madama at paghirapan ng mga tao, okay, upang matutunan nilang mahalin ang kanilang bansa. Sa iba, ang kahulugan nito ay damdamin ng pagiging matapat at mapagmahal na bansa. Sa iba naman, ito ay pagsasakripisyo, okay, kasama yung kanilang buhay o yung kasama pati, okay, ang kanilang buhay. Kakambal ng nasyonalismo ang kawalan ng kasiyahan ng mga mamamayan. Hangad ng mga tao kasi na may maipagmalaki sila, okay, bilang isang bansa. Habang tumitindi ang kanilang paghahangad, ang Amerika ay nakatadhanang makapaglakbay hanggang sa bahagi ng higit nilang nararamdaman, okay, ang pagiging makabayan. Dumaraan ang lahat ng bansa sa iba't ibang pamamaraan kung papaano nila nadama, okay, yung mga tao, yung pagiging makabayan. Habang ipinaglalaban nila ang kanilang bansa, okay, may mga pangyayari na kung saan, okay, ay nagpasidhi sa kanilang damdamin na minsan humahantong ito, okay, sa digmaan. Dumako naman tayo sa pagtatalakay sa pag-unlad ng nasyonalismo sa Soviet Union. Ang Soviet Union o Russia ang pinakamalaking bansa sa daigdig. Okay? Isa itong malawak na lupain, okay, na sumasakop sa dalawang lupalop, okay, ng Asia at Europe. So halos doble ang laki, okay, ng Russia sa Estados Unidos. Noong 1988, okay, ipinalaganap ni Vladimir I sa Russia ang Kristyanismong Grego, kaya naman tinawag si Vladimir, okay, na Vladimir the Saint. Noong ika-13 siglo, dumating ang mga Tartar at Mongol mula sa Asia at sinakop ang mga mamamayan, okay, ng Russia ng mahigit kumulang, okay, ng 200 taon. Nag-iwan, okay, ng mga bakas ng pananalita, pananamit, kaugalian ng mga Ruso ang mga nasabing panahon, okay, ng pananakop nila. Naging tagapagligtas ng Russia, okay, tumalo at nakapagbagsak sa mga Tartar, okay, sa labanan ng Oka, okay, si Ivan the Great. Alam nyo ba, okay, kung paano nagsimula ang himagsikang Ruso? Okay, at bakit pinaalis ng mga Ruso ang kanilang Tsar? At ating sasagutin ang mga katanungang ito at ipapaliwanag sa inyo, okay, ng mas maigi dito pa rin sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Isa sa mga himagsigang nagimbal sa daigdig ang revolusyon, okay, ng Ruso na naganap noong unang bahagi ng ika-20 siglo. Bago nagkaroon ng himagsikan, ang Russia ang pinakamalaking burokrasya sa mundo. Ito ay kontrolado ng mga maharlika at pulisya. Magsasakang nakatali sa lupa ang 4, okay, sa bawat 5 Ruso. Okay, walang karapatan at laging nakabaon sa utang. Okay, ang mga magsasakang ito. Maging ang mga industriya ay nasa ilalim ng pamamahala ng Tsar. Nahikayat sa mga manggagawa ang pagtatayo ng mga pagawaan upang pumunta sa mga bayan at lungsod. Dito rin sila nagkaroon ng pagkakataong makapag-aral dahil sa mahigpit, okay, na dahil sa paghigpit ng pulisya, lumikas ang mga intelektual na Ruso patungong kanlurang Europe at dito sila nakatagpo ng mga disipulo ni Karl Marx at Friedrich Engels. Okay, nagtatag ang mga ito ng 2 partido. Nagkaroon ng alitan ang pinakamasugid na tauhan ni na Joseph Stalin, okay, at si Leon Trotsky tungkol sa kahalili ni Lenin at kung aling alituntunin ang dapat nilang sundin, okay, sa bansang Russia. Sino ba si Trotsky? Si Trotsky ay pinaniniwalaan ni Trotsky na dapat daw ikalat agad ang komunismo, okay, sa Russia sa pamamagitan ng revolusyong pandaigdig. Samantala, okay, hindi naman pumayag, okay, sa Stalin sa ideya ni Trotsky na ikalat, okay, ang komunismo sa bansa. Okay, dahil pinaniniwalaan ni Stalin na mahina pa ang Russia. Nagtagumpay naman si Stalin at napilitang tumakas, okay, si Trotsky. Pinasimula ng October Revolution ng mga komunistang Soviet. Sa unang pagkakataon, nagkaisa, okay, ang mga Ruso at nagapi nila ang Tsar at nagwakas ang aristokrasya sa bansa. Napalitan ito ng diktadorya, okay, ng Partidong Komunista. Noong unang digmaang pandaigdig, sumanib ang bansang Russia, okay, sa kaalyado. Noong 1923, naging Soviet Union ang pangalan ng bansa. Okay, namatay si Lenin at naghari naman, okay, sa bansa si Stalin. Okay, dumako naman tayo, okay, ngayon sa pagtatalakay ng nasyonalismo sa Latin America. Okay, pagkatapos makamit ng United States ang kanilang kalayaan sa Great Britain, nag-alsa ang mga lalawigan sa Latin America, okay, laban sa Spain. Nagbuklod-buklod sila, okay, sa kanilang pagkamuhi sa aristokrasyang Espanyol, katiwalian sa pamahalaan, walang kalayaang magpahayag ng mga batas na naghihigpit, okay, sa pangangalakal. Nakatulong, okay, sa heograpiya ng Latin America ang sa pagpapaliwanag kung bakit ito umunlad bilang magkakahiwalay na bansa. Okay, nakatulong daw yung geografiya sa Latin America na umunlad sila, okay, kahit na magkakahiwalay, okay, ang kanilang bansa. Inihihiwalay ng Chile sa hanay ng bundok Andes ang mga disyerto ng Atacama. Nakalubog ang Paraguay sa malalim na gubat. Nahahati, okay, ng mga talampas at bulkan ang Bolivia mula sa kanluran at nahihiwalay sa isa't isa ang Colombia, Venezuela at Ecuador, okay, ng mga bahagi ng bundok Andes. Okay, may mga ilang tao kasi, okay, ang nagkakamaling tawagin ang natawaging bansa ang Latin America. Okay, hindi naman ito nakakapagtaka. Okay, dahil maraming Latin Americans ang nagsasalita ng Espanyol, okay, at nananampalataya, okay, ng Katoliko Romano. Nakalikha ng likas na hangganan ang malaking daanan ng ilog upang mapaghiwalay ang mga bansa. Nahihiwalay ang Argentina sa Uruguay dahil sa Rio de Plata at ang mga bahagi nito. Okay, ang ilog Orinoco naman ang naging hangganan ng Colombia at Venezuela. Sa timog Brazil naman, okay, may pinakamalaking ilog doon, okay, nakilala natin. Okay, ito ang ilog Amazon. Okay, ang bundok, gubat, okay, at dagat Caribbean ay nakatulong sa paghihiwa-hiwalay, okay, ng mga ito sa iba't ibang bansa. So halos ang lahing Europeo, ang populasyon nila, okay, ang populasyon ng mga bansa sa Latin America, okay, ay tulad ng Argentina, Uruguay, Costa Rica at Chile. Okay, o yung populasyon, okay, ng Latin America ay halos may lahing Europeo. Okay? Ang populasyon ay iba tulad ng Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Paraguay, okay, ay halos naman American Indians. Okay, ang mga bansa na yan, okay, may lahi na American Indians. Sa Dominican Republic, itinuturing ang ibang lahi, okay, na mababang uri. Okay, ang populasyon ng Brazil, okay, ay may lahing Afrikano, Indian, okay, at mga nanggaling sa Portugal, France, Spain, Germany at Italy. So maraming Europeo ang nahihirapan sa ibang bansa, okay, na bansang Latin America, ngunit sa Brazil lamang kasi nagkaroon, okay, ng pag-aasawahan ng iba-ibang, okay, lahi at nasyonalidad. So hindi katulad, okay? So hindi katulad ng 13 kolonya na nakatalakay ninyo, okay, nung nakaraang episode natin, okay, na hindi katulad ng 13 kolonya ng United States, nag-alsa ang mga kolonya ng Espanyol, okay, sa iba't ibang panahon at sa ilalim ito ng iba't ibang pinuno. Nais kasi ng mga bagong republika na mabigyan ng halaga ang kanilang naiambag, ganun din, okay, ang kanilang mga bayani. Sa Latin America, gumamit ang mga revolusyonaryo, okay, ng mga dahas, okay, sa katiwalian ng monarkiya laban sa republika. Nagbigay diin, okay, ito sa mga bansang Latin America. Malaming himagsikan, okay, ang nagpasiklab sa kanilang pambansang pagkamuhi. Okay, tinawag naman ng mga Kreyol ang ipinanganak sa bagong daigdig, okay, na may lahing Europeo. So minamaliit, okay, ang mga bansang Latin America, okay, na Kreyol ang populasyon. Okay? Ang populasyon tulad ng, okay, ito yung mga bansa, okay, na may lahing Kreyol, tulad ng Argentina, okay, na may populasyon, okay, na Indian at iba pang lahi. Okay, sa pagkakahalo, okay, ng populasyon, kasama ang mga mestizo. Ang mga mestizo, okay, ito yung Espanyol at Indian. Okay? Ang Zambo naman, okay, ay may lahing Indian, okay, at ibang lahi. Ang Mulato naman, okay, ay mga lahing puti, okay, at ibang lahi. Okay? So, yan yung mga lahi, okay, na makikita natin sa Latin America. Ang pagkakaiba sa wika ang nagbigay, okay, ng kakaibang katangian ng bansang Latin America. So halos lahat ng Latin Amerikano, okay, ay nagsasalita ng Espanyol. Okay, ngunit ang mga taga-Brazil ay nagsasalita ng Portuges. Okay, ang mga taga-Haiti naman ay nagsasalita ng Pranses at maraming mga Indian ang nagsasalita, okay, ng katatubong wika. Sa pagpapatuloy ng ating talakayan, sasagutin natin ang katanungang ano-ano ang mga naging sagabal sa nasyonalismo sa Latin America. Hindi kasi kaagad, okay, natamo ng Latin America, okay, ang nasyonalismo, okay, o yung damdaming makabayan. May mga naging sagabal kasi, okay, sa pagpapakita ng kanilang pagmamahal sa kanilang bansa. Marami naging sagabal sa pag-unlad ng nasyonalismo sa Latin America. Okay? Naging pansarili ito. Kaya maraming mahihirap at mangmang ang hindi nakikilahok sa mga makabayang pag-aalsa. Okay? Na nagsimula, okay, noong ika-19 na siglo. Okay, pinaghati-hati ng mga haring Espanyol sa kanilang paborito, okay, ang mga malalaking lupain at nagsilbi lamang, okay, sa estado ng mga maharlikang Espanyol. Okay, marami, okay, ang nakabaon sa utang, kaya sila'y nananatiling nakatali sa lupa at pangaalipin. Okay, sa panahon daw na ito, okay, marami, okay, ang mga nabaon sa utang at nakatali sila, okay, sa mga lupa, okay, at nakasailalim, okay, sa pangaalipin. Nakilala, okay, ang mga piones, okay? Ito yung mga tao, okay, na kung saan ito ay isang uri, okay, ng feudalismo na umunlad sa Latin America, okay, na nakasagabal, okay, sa kanilang nasyonalismo o pagpapakita ng damdaming makabayan. Ang mga bansang Latin Amerikano, napabayaan nila, okay, ang nasyonalismo. Okay, sapagkat napakatagal, okay, bago sila magkaroon ng paggitnang uri ng lipunan. Okay, itinuturing na mababang uri, okay, ng gawain ang pangangalakal o iba pang mga gawain. Higit na mahalaga sa kanila ang pag-aari ng lupa, kaya marami sa kanila, okay, ang mahihirap. Okay? Pumunta naman ang mga Espanyol sa bagong daigdig. Okay, hindi, okay, na magtayo. Pumunta ang mga Espanyol sa bagong daigdig. Okay, hindi upang magtayo ng tahanan, okay, o magparami ng pamilya doon, okay, sa bagong daigdig. Okay, pumunta sila doon upang makamit, okay, ang mga kayamanan doon sa bansa, okay, na halimbawa ay ang Latin America. Maraming mga Indian ang pinilit, okay, na maghanap ng ginto sa mga minahan sa Mexico at Peru. Ang mga katutubong tao sa Peru, Ecuador at Bolivia ang tumira sa bundok upang mapalayo sa pamamahala, okay, ng mga banyaga. Okay? At ang mga natalakay, okay, natin sa paksa ay nagbibigay, okay, ng mga kasagutan, okay, sa mga katanungang ito. Okay, una, ay paano nakaapekto ang revolusyong intelektual sa pagsibol ng damdaming nasyonalismo? Ikalawa, okay, ano ang ginagampanan ng mga kaisipang radikal sa revolusyong Ruso? Ikatlo, paano nakatulong ang wikang Latin at relihiyong Katolisismo sa pag-usbong ng damdaming nasyonalismo sa Latin America? Okay? At dyan nagtatapos, okay, ang unang bahagi ng ating talakayan ngayong araw na ito. Okay, kaya naman, magkakaroon tayo, okay, ng panghuli, okay, na gawain. Ihanda, okay, ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen para sa inyong gawain. Isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas, pangkat at petsa ngayong araw na ito. Kailangan nyo lamang isa-isahin ang mga sagot sa aking katanungan. Handa na ba kayo? Sa tingin ko, handa na. Okay, kung gayon, ay pakinggang mabuti, okay, ang mga tanong na aking babasahin at isulat ninyo, okay, sa inyong sagutang papel ang inyong mga kasagutan. Okay, para sa ating panghuling gawain, okay, isulat ang salitang tama kung wasto ang ideyang isinasaad ng pangungusap. Isulat naman, okay, na kung hindi ito wasto, isulat naman ang salitang mali. Number 1, o unang tanong, isang proseso ang paglinang at pag-unlad ng nasyonalismo. Okay, hindi maaari itong biglaan. Isang proseso ng paglinang at pag-unlad ng nasyonalismo. Okay, hindi maaaring, okay, biglaan ang pagpapakita ng nasyonalismo. Ang tamang sagot ay tama. Ikalawa, kakambal ng nasyonalismo ang kawalan ng kalungkutan ng mga mamamayan. Ikalawa, kakambal ng nasyonalismo ang kawalan ng kalungkutan, okay, ng mga mamamayan. Okay, ang tamang sagot ay mali. Okay? Ikatlong tanong, dumaraan, okay, ang lahat ng bansa sa iba't ibang pamamaraan kung papaano nila nadama, okay, o papaano nadama ng mga tao ang pagiging makabayan. Ang tamang sagot ay tama. Okay, ika-4, bago nagkaroon, okay, ng himagsikan, ang Amerika, okay, ang pinakamalaking burokrasya sa mundo, kontrolado ito ng mga maharlika at pulisya. Ang tamang sagot ay mali. Okay, ikalamang tanong, si Trotsky ang may pinaniniwalaang agad ikalat ang komunismo sa pamamagitan ng revolusyonaryong daigdig. Ang tamang sagot ay tama. Okay, number 6. Pinaniniwalaan ng October Revolution, okay, ng mga komunistang Chino pinasimulan, okay, ang October Revolution ng mga komunistang Chino? Ang tamang sagot ay mali. Okay. Number 7, nakatulong ang heograpiya sa Latin America sa pagpapaliwanag kung bakit ito umunlad bilang hiwa-hiwalay, okay, na bansa. Ang tamang sagot ay tama. Number 8. Okay? Maraming Latin Americans ang nagsasalita ng Chino, okay, at may pananampalataya ng Katoliko Romano. Number 8. Maraming Latin Americans ang nagsasalita ng Chino at may pananampalataya, okay, ng Katoliko Romano. Okay, the correct answer is mali. Okay, number 9. Tinatawag na Creole ang mga ipinanganak sa bagong daigdig na may lahing Europeo. Ang tamang sagot ay tama. Okay, ika-10 at panghuling tanong. Okay, kaunti lamang ang sagabal sa pag-unlad ng nasyonalismo sa Latin America. Kaunti lamang ang sagabal sa pag-unlad ng nasyonalismo sa Latin America. Ang tamang sagot ay mali. Okay, nakuha mo ba? O nakakuha ka ba? Okay, ng mataas na score sa ating gawain? Okay, magaling. Okay, at para sa hindi nakakuha, ay huwag mag-alala. Pagkos, okay, ay bumawi na lang sa susunod nating episode. Okay, kasama kami, okay, ng mga guro ninyo sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, okay, bilang inyong mga tagagabay. Isang bahagi ng ating leksyon ang ating natapos talakayin. Upang magkaroon ng ideya sa susunod nating talakayan, maaari ninyong basahin ang pahina 418 hanggang 430, okay, para maging handa kayo sa sunod nating leksyon. Okay, ito ay patungkol sa ikalawang bahagi ng ating talakayan, okay, sa pagpapahalaga ng nasyonalismo sa iba't ibang bahagi ng daigdig. Okay, sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang mga mahalagang aral na inyong natutunan, okay, mula sa ating leksyon, at sikapin nyo itong ibahagi sa iba. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Jessel G. Torres, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli, maraming salamat at paalam.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Paniki New Public Market bukas na sa publiko. Formal nang binuksan sa publiko ang bagong palengke sa Paniki Tarlac. Pinangunahan ni Paniki Mayor Max Rojas at Vice Mayor Aide Ben Rojas ang isinagawang blessing and ribbon cutting nito, kasama sina Senator Amy Marcos, Congressman Jaime Cuangco at iba pang opisyales. Sa mensahe ni Mayor Rojas, binanggit nito ang dahilan kung bakit kamakailan lang binuksan ang bagong palengke ng bayan.
Kaya nga po na-delay ang pagbubukas ng ating palengke dahil nga po sa dumating na pandemic dito sa ating bayan at sa buong mundo. Kaya na-delay ang pagbubukas ng ating palengke. Alam niyo po, ito po ay bagong-bagong palengke. Dahil nga po sa nangyaring sakuna, sa pagkakasunog ng dating palengke, kaya naman po naisip namin ng ating yumaong Congressman Charlie Cojuangco, ama ni Jaime, na ilipat na ang bagong-bagong palengke dito sa Barangay Tablang. Kaya lahat po ng bisita na naririto, welcome po kayo dito sa ating new public market.
Sa mensahe naman ni Congressman Jaime D. Cuangco, aniya panahon na nga talaga upang buksan ang bagong palengke.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Thank you so much for being here today to celebrate this very important event and long-awaited event. It's about time talaga that we have this wet market up and running. So once again, thank you to Senator Amy Marcos for being here today. Thank you to Mayor Max, and thank you to Vice Mayor Bien. And thank you to all our councilors here sa Paniki. And thank you all our Paniqueños for being here today. So once again, palakpakan po natin kay Mayor Max at Senator Amy. Thank you po.
Ipinaliwanag naman ni Senator Amy Marcos ang kahalagahan ng public market sa bawat bayan. Pinasalamatan din nito ang lahat ng dumalo sa nasabing opening ng public market.
Sa inyong lahat, alam ko na para sa bawat LGU, ang palengke, ang puso at kalagitnaan ng buhay na pinag-iikutan. Kaya napakahalaga ng ating market, ika nga. Unang-una, dyan kumikita ang ating mga munisipyo. Halos dyan lang kumikita ang ating munisipyo pagtutuusin at iilan lang naman ang buwis na kinokolekta ng LGU. Sa kabila nun, alam rin natin, araw-araw, andyan lahat ng ginang ng tahanan, araw-araw umiikot ang mahihirap sa presyo ng pagkain. Kaya napaka-importante po nito at bilib na bilib ako at napaka-sosyal. Ayan, importante yan. Walang itsurang palengke. Mukha talagang labis-labis pa sa mall. Kaya congratulations, Mayor! At congratulations sa dalawa nating magagalang at mababait na kongresista sa inyong pagsasatupad nitong pangarap ng ating kaibigan na si Charlie. Ito talaga ang gusto niya ilagay dito at sa wakas na isatupad na ni Jaime at ni Libni. Thank you very much. Mabuhay ang palengke, mabuhay ang paniki. Maraming salamat po. Diyos te Agnina, kada kayo. Amen.
Ang 5 hektaryang palengke ay isa sa mga proyektong tinutukan ni Mayor Rojas upang makapagbigay tulong at serbisyo sa kanyang nasasakupan. Dagdag pa rito, matapos ang ginanap na ribbon cutting ng Paniki New Public Market, nagtungo naman ang mga ito sa Eduardo Cuangco Jr. Gymnasium kung saan isinagawa ang pagbibigay ng mga ayuda para sa mga Women's AICS beneficiaries, kung saan naroon sina Congressman Christian Yap at iba pang mga respetadong individual. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Good afternoon, learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo. Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac, broadcasting live from Camiling, Tarlac. This is Rhoda Glenda B. Doctor, your teacher broadcaster from Malacampa National High School for the TLE Grade 8 SMAU.
serving you with the different skills to learn in TLE8. I am grateful that despite the effects of this COVID-19 pandemic in our lives, you're still willing to learn new things. I would like to invite you to join us in an exciting way of learning, even at the comfort of your homes. Make sure that you are seated comfortably, geared with your paper, pen, modules, and of course, with a ready and active mind. At this point, kindly prepare your module in SMAP. Do you have it now? Great! Again, make sure that you are in a comfortable place, far from noise so that you can hear me loud and clear while listening to this program. Before we start, let me share with you a trivia. Did you know that personal protective equipment has a long history? Yes, because the first well-documented use of PPE was in World War I, in the form of respirators. The use of these respirators allowed the troops to escape the effects of harmful toxins and gas. Outside military settings, PPE also dated back to the Middle Ages. Let us have now a review on our previous lesson. For me to be able to know if you could still recall our last topic, you will be going to rearrange the jumbled letters. Again, I will repeat the directions. All you need to do, class, is to rearrange the jumbled letters. For those who are watching on FB Live, you can participate by typing your answer on the chat box. And for those who are listening and watching on television, you can write your answer on your TLE notebook. Are you ready? That's great. Let us now start. What is your answer? Very good. The answer is safety. What is your answer? You got it right. The answer is occupational. What is your answer? Great. The answer is health. What is your answer? You are correct. The answer is procedure. What is your answer? Yes, you are right. The answer is practice. Very good. Thank you for your active participation. I'm so glad that you really listened to our discussion last time, which is about the importance of occupational health and safety procedures. It is indeed that occupational health and safety procedures is important so that the risk factors at the workplace can be prevented. The main focus in OHSP is to maintain workers' health and safety, improve working environment, and develop work organizations. At this point in time, class, allow me now to present our new topic, which is the personal protective equipment. But before anything else, our objectives for today's episode are the following. First, identify personal protective clothing or equipment as per job requirements. And determine proper wearing of PPE is properly observed in accordance with workplace safety policies. As we go further with our discussion, there are important terms that you will encounter. For you to better understand our lesson proper, I will unlock your difficulties by giving the definition of the following words. Our first word is equipment. Equipment are the set of articles or physical resources serving to equip a person or thing. The implements used in an operation or activity. Next is safety. The condition of being protected from or unlikely to cause danger, risk, or injury. Training. The action of teaching a person or animal a particular skill or type of behavior. Another word is personal, belonging to a particular person rather than to anyone else. Next is precautions, a measure taken in advance to prevent something dangerous, unpleasant, or inconvenient from happening. Lastly, radiation, the emission of energy as electromagnetic waves or as moving subatomic particles, especially high-energy particles which cause ionization. There you have it, class, the important terms that you should remember as we go on with our discussion. So without taking it any longer, let us now begin our lesson. Our topic is all about personal protective clothing or equipment. We will be dealing, class, about the different types of equipment in welding. First is welding shield or helmet. Next is leather jacket, leather apron, welding gloves, face shield, leggings, protective sleeves, protective coverall, welding cushions, welding spots, safety shoes, safety goggles, ear muffs, earplugs, and lastly, respirators. Let us start with welding shield or helmet. Welding shield or helmet is used to protect our face and eyes from the arc rays and heat, and the spatter from molten metal. The arc is viewed through a filter which reduces the intensity of radiation but allows a safe amount of light to pass for viewing the weld pool and end of the electrode. There were two types of helmet. The first one is helmet type. This kind of helmet is more convenient to use because it allows both hands to work freely. The second one is handheld shield. It allows only one hand to work freely. Leather jacket. It is made of chrome leather and prevents the entry of sparks between our clothes and body. Next is leather apron. It is made of chrome and leather and provides the welder with complete protection of his chest to mid-call from sparks and hot metal. Welding gloves is made of chrome leather and protects our hands from heat, sputter, and radiations. The next one is face shield. It is best for general protection because it can be worn under an arc welding helmet. The face shield used in welding is different from the face shield we used during the pandemic. It usually has a thicker and harder surface. Next is leggings. These are made from leather to protect the legs and feet. Protective sleeves. These are made from leather to protect the arms. Protective coverall are made from light asbestos coated with aluminum to protect the whole body during welding. Welding cushions. These are made from leather for sitting and kneeling beside the workpiece as protection against cold. Welding spots. These are made of chrome leather and protects our feet from spatter. What do you think is this? That's right, it is safety shoes. Safety shoes have heat-resistant soles and impact-resistant toes. Some safety shoes have metal insoles, while others protect workers from different types of electrical hazards. How about this? Very good, it is safety goggles. Safety goggles are used when grinding and chipping office log. Next is ear muffs. These are used for ear coverings and are connected by a flexible band and worn as protection against extreme noise. Lastly, respirators. It is an apparatus worn over the mouth and nose or the entire face to prevent the inhalation of dust, smoke, or other noxious substances. We already learned about the different personal protective equipment we use in SMAO. Do you have any idea about the importance of this equipment in SMAO? Very good. Personal protective equipment is used for us to be safe from injury and other risks caused by welding. There are some situations during the activity that may cause danger if we will not use the proper equipment. But the question is, how we will properly use the equipment? Let's find out. To obtain the workers' complete compliance with the requirements to wear the PPE, the following factors must be considered. First, the extent to which the personnel who must wear the equipment understand its necessity. Second, the ease and comfort with which it can be worn with a minimum of interference with normal procedures. Lastly, the available economic, social, and disciplinary sanctions which can be used to influence the attitudes of the workers. How we will protect our head? Of course, we should inspect safety hats prior to their use. Inspect suspension systems that show evidence of materials cracking, tearing, fraying, or other signs of deterioration. Suspension should provide a minimum clearance of 1 to 1.25 inch between the top of the worker's head and the inside crown of the hat. Check any signs of cracks of perforations of rim or shell, deformation of shell, or evidence or exposure to excessive heat, chemicals, or radiation. Remove any accumulation of conductive material on or inside the shell that cannot be removed prior to use. Next, eye and face protection. Eye protectors must meet the minimum requirements, provide adequate protection against the particular hazards for which they are designed, be reasonably comfortable when worn under the designated conditions, fit snugly without interfering with the movements or vision of the wearer, be durable, be capable of being disinfected, be kept clean and in good repair. Next is ear protection. The prevention of excessive noise exposure is the only way to avoid hearing damage. Some earplugs are disposable, to be used one time and then thrown away. The non-disposable type should be cleaned after each use for proper protection. Earmuffs must make a perfect seal around the ear to be effective. Glasses, long sideburns, long hair, and facial movements such as chewing may reduce protection. Special equipment is available for use with glasses or beards. Next is foot and leg protection. For protection of feet and legs are falling or rolling objects, sharp objects, molten metal, hot surfaces, and wet slippery surfaces, workers should use appropriate foot guards, safety shoes, boots, and leggings. Never wear open-toed footwear while working with hot metal or welding apparatus. Lastly, lifeline, safety belts, and lanyards are used only for safeguarding employees. Any lifeline, safety belt, or lanyard are actually subjected to in-serving loading, as distinguished from static load testing, shall be immediately removed from service and shall not be used again for employee safeguarding. Now you know the different personal protective equipment and how to use them. It's time now, class, for your activity, and we call it Look Out. I will be going to present to you, class, a picture, and I want you to find all the PPE present in that picture. You may use a sheet of paper to list down all the identified PPE. You have 30 seconds to do that, class. Your time starts now. time is up, class. Let us now see if you are able to locate and list down all the PPE present in the picture shown. The answer for letter A is welding helmet. For letter B is protective coverall. For letter C is welding gloves. For letter D is leather apron. For letter E, safety shoes. Did you spot all the personal protective clothing? Congratulations, class, for a job well done. This time, class, kindly bring out your TLE notebook, or you may use the chat box for a 5-item multiple choice test. For the directions, I will read the questions twice. Write the letter of the correct answer. Okay, let me now read the questions. For number 1, safety belts were designed to safeguard workers blank. A, by carrying heavy load. B, by holding hot metals. C, from noise exposure. Or D, from falling. I'll repeat. Safety belts were designed to safeguard workers blank. A, by carrying heavy load. B, by holding hot metals. C, from noise exposure. Or D, from falling. What is your answer? If your answer is D, then you are correct. It is used to safeguard workers from falling. Next question. Safety hats should be free from abrasions, cracks, or frayings, and should not be deliberately dropped or thrown because blank. A, a space should be designed to protect. B, ventilation should be drilled in them. C, they will lose their protective quality. Or letter D, their appearance and style should be modern. I'll repeat. Safety hats should be free from abrasions, cracks, or frayings, and should not be deliberately dropped or thrown because blank. A, a space should be designated to protect. Ventilation should be drilled in them. C, they will lose their protective quality. Or letter D, their appearance and style should be modern. What is your answer? If your answer is letter C, they will lose their protective quality, then you are right. Next question. Earmuffs and earplugs are effectively used blank. A, for engineering and administrative control. B, for workers to look fashionable. C, to match the glasses and hairstyle of workers. Or D, to avoid hearing damage. I'll repeat. Earmuffs and earplugs are effectively used blank. A, for engineering and administrative control. B, for workers to look fashionable. C, to match the glasses and hairstyle of workers. Or letter D, to avoid hearing damage. What is your answer? If your answer is D, then you are correct. It is used to avoid hearing damage. Number 4. The main purpose of wearing eye and face protection is to blank. A, keep clean and be in good condition. B, be capable of being disinfected. C, fit snugly without interference of eye movement. Or D, provide adequate protection against hazard. I'll repeat. The main purpose of wearing eye and face protection is to blank. A, keep clean and be in good condition. B, be capable of being disinfected. C, fit snugly without interference of eye movement. Or D, provide adequate protection against hazard. What is the answer? If your answer is D, provide adequate protection against hazards, you are very good. For the last question, a responsible worker shows awareness about safety except A, awareness to the limited application of PPE. B, awareness to the unlimited application of PPE. C, person who wears PPE understand its necessity. Or D, influence the attitudes of the workers about safety. I'll repeat. A responsible worker shows awareness about safety except A. Awareness to the limited application of PPE. B. Awareness to the limited application of PPE. C. Person who wears PPE understands its necessity. Or D. Influence the attitudes of the workers about safety. If your answer is A. Awareness to the limited application of PPE, then you are correct. Who got a perfect score? Very good. Majority of you got a perfect score. It means that you really listened to our discussion. I hope you already know the different equipment in SMAU and how to use them properly. Before we end, may I read some of the questions from different schools? Okay, we have a question here from Berbera High School. The question is, why is it important to know the different types of PPE in SMAU? The answer is, for us to be able to know what is the right PPE we should use in SMAU. Another is from Bilad High School. Why do we need to know the proper use of PPE? The answer is, for us to be safe from risks, injury, or hazards during the activity. That was great learning experience with you. I hope you learned a lot today and may you apply this learning in your daily lives. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, sponsored by our late Congressman of 1st District, Honorable Charlie Cowanco. Thank you so much, sir. Let us always remember that in TLE, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Thank you and keep safe, everyone. This is your teacher broadcaster from Malacampa National High School, Rhoda Glenda B. Doctor, signing off.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
I think the biggest problem that the youth is facing today, especially when growing up, is self-doubt. I myself experienced self-doubt when I was young, and this experience taught me the greatest lesson in my life, that no matter what struggles, hindrances, circumstances that I face, I use this to become more stronger, to rise above from the ashes, and to believe that life is beautiful despite those problems that we have in our life. I would just like to leave this cliche today that we should always believe in ourselves. We should always trust ourselves, because at the end of the day, if you don't see good things and bad things, then you will never going to be happy. That would be all. Thank you and good evening to everyone.
Ayan na naging sagot ng kakapanalo lang na Miss Ramos 2023 sa naganap na Coronation Night nito sa Ramos Public Auditorium kamakailan. Ayon dito, pinaghandaan talaga nito ang naganap na pageant.
To be completely honest, I am very grateful to be crowned as Miss Ramos 2023 because in the almost span of 2 years, I really prepared for this pageant mentally and physically.
Sa panayam kay Ramos Mayor Celso Banag, binanggit nito na karapat-dapat ang pagkapanalo ni Miss Santos.
Ang masasabi ko sa winner ay talagang karapat-dapat. Siya, sa pagdinig ko kanina, sa lahat ng question and answer, tamang-tama, swak na swak yung kanyang ikangay kasagutan. Kaya ako'y saludo sa kanya bilang siya ang naging Miss Ramos ng 2023.
Kaya naman dagdag pa ni Ms. Ramos na masaya itong nasungkit ng corona at makapagbigay ng karangalan sa bayan ng Ramos.
Sobrang saya ko po na sobrang naging proud po sa akin si Mayor kasi po nung time na nag-answer po ako ng Q&A, talaga pong binigay ko po lahat ng best ko para po manalo sa corona.
Samantala, lubos naman ang pasasalamat ni Mayor Banag para sa lahat ng lumahok, tumulong at nag-sponsor sa aktibidad. Kagaya na lang ni Tarlac 1st District Congressman Jaime D. Cuangco at Tarlac Province Governor Susan A. Yap. Dagdag pa nito, matapos ang 2 taong walang pageantry, matagumpay ang naganap na Coronation Night bilang bahagi ng kanilang kapistahan.
Very successful ang competition na to dahil lahat nakipag-participate, yung kanilang ikangay suporta, yung kanilang kooperasyon ay naririyan. Kaya matagumpay ang aming piyesta, lalo na itong pang-4 na gabi na ngayon.
Dumalo sa naganap na Coronation Night si Anaw Mayor Jappy Di Dios, kasama ang iba pang mga officials. Naroon din si Paniki Vice Mayor Aida Ben Rojas at Pura Vice Mayor Attorney John Paul Balmores bilang mga judges. Ang naganap na Coronation Night ng Miss Ramos 2023 ay dinaluhan ng napakaraming Ramoseñans, kung saan ipinakita ng mga ito ang kanilang excitement sa pamamagitan ng pagsuporta sa mga kandidata na nagbabalik na Miss Ramos 2023. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
A pleasant day and happy learning, young learners! Welcome to Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 and Channel 100 for Converged Cable subscribers. Simulcast over DCTC 828 AM station, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Rosemary Marumlabanag, your teacher broadcaster on Grade 8 Health Education. And I am here to give you this remote live broadcast all the way from DEPED High School, Bamban West District, Province of Tarlac. And good afternoon also, parents and guardians who are with us on the radio, on TV, and on Facebook live stream. Before we begin, be reminded of the following to maximize remote learning. First, make sure that you are in a comfortable and quiet area, free from noise or any distractions. Second, you should have your learning activity sheet for Health Day 1, your module or compendium of notes, pen and paper or study notebook. Third, be interactive by typing your comments in our chat box, also by answering the questions during activity time. And most importantly, I want you to pay attention, focus, and enjoy while listening and learning on our discussion. At this juncture, let me ask you on how well do you know the nature of diseases? Let us see by answering your first activity. Use your pen and paper, also our chat box, in posting your answers. Are you ready, grade 8 learners? Let me read the directions. Read very carefully each statement about the nature of communicable diseases. Write true if the statement is correct and false if the statement is wrong. For the first item, organisms like bacteria and viruses are all over the environment. What is your answer? Very good. The answer is true. Item number 2. Many of the most common diseases are caused by tiny microorganisms called pathogens. What do you think is the answer? Amazing! The answer is true. Item number 3. Communicable diseases come from one infected person to another. What is your answer? You are absolutely right if your answer is true. Item number 4. Stomach ache is one symptom that can be manifested by a communicable disease. If your answer is true, then you are correct. Item number 5. COVID-19 is a form of virus disease. What do you think is the answer? If your answer is true, then you are correct. Did you get all the correct answers, class? If you do, congratulations! You did a great job. And don't lose hope for those who didn't get a perfect score. You may always go back and watch this episode for reference. So, I guess you are all set for this fun-filled, informative lesson. And to begin with, are you familiar to the following quotes? Starting with, health is wealth. Followed by, prevention is better than cure. And lastly, good health is a choice. With the context of these 3 quotes I presented, do you agree or disagree? Well, if you agree to their context, excellent! And what do these quotes and statements mean or indicate? Well, if you guess about taking care of our health, disease prevention, and control, you got it right! And that will be our topic for day 1 on the 3rd quarter of health education, entitled Communicable Diseases. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to, first, define communicable diseases. Second, identify pathogens and its kinds. Third, define infection and its stages. And lastly, analyze the leading causes of morbidity and mortality in the Philippines. So let's start the ball rolling. Disease prevention and control are very important health concerns because they both affect the quality of people's lives. As we go along with our lesson, you will notice that the diseases you are experiencing or encountering can be prevented if you only know the sources and causes of it, as well as on how to control them. And we are referring to communicable or infectious diseases. It is known as infectious diseases or transmissible diseases. These are illnesses that result from the infection, presence, and growth of pathogens in an individual or other animal host. And what are these pathogens? Pathogens are disease-causing biologic agents. These biological agents are widely found in the natural environment. Majority of the agents are harmless. However, some may have potential to cause ill health. And that includes bacteria, viruses, fungi, protozoa, and parasites. Let us have the types of pathogen. First is the bacteria. It is a single-celled organisms without a nucleus. They are microscopic organisms not visible with the naked eye. They are also called germs. Some are good for you while others can make you sick. Human diseases caused by bacteria are strep throat, tuberculosis, food poisoning, tetanus, pneumonia, and syphilis. Second type of pathogen is the virus, the thread-like particles that reproduce by taking over living cells. An infectious agent of small size and simple composition that can multiply only in living things of animals, plants, or humans. These organisms are the human body's worst enemies, and they are all considered as parasites. Human diseases caused by virus are common cold, flu, COVID-19, genital herpes, cold sores, measles, AIDS, genital warts, chickenpox, and smallpox. The third type of pathogen is fungi. A simple organisms including mushrooms and yeast that grow in a single cells or thread-like filaments. They prefer dark and damp environments that invade mainly deep tissues of the hair, nails, and skin. Human diseases caused by fungi are ringworm, athlete's foot, tinea, candidiasis, histoplasmosis, and mushroom poisoning. The fourth type of pathogen is protozoa, a single-celled organism with a nucleus that are larger than bacteria and have a more complex cellular structure. Most of these are harmless, and they are most common in tropical areas that have poor sanitation. Human diseases caused by protozoa are malaria, African sleeping sickness, and amoebic dysentery, a severe intestinal infection. The last type of pathogen is the parasitic worm. A worm is classified as parasite. A parasite is a disease-causing organism that lives on humans or other animals and derives its nourishment from its host. Parasitic worms, also called helminths, which live in humans. Helminth eggs contaminate food, water, air, feces, pets, wild animals, and objects such as toilet seats and door handles. The eggs enter the body of a human through the mouth, nose, and anus. Once inside the body, helminth eggs usually lodge on the intestines, hatch, grow, and multiply. Common helminths are the following. First is roundworm. They hatch and live in the intestines. Second, helminths are pinworms, are also called sitworms and threadworms. Pinworms hatch and live primarily in the intestines. The eggs usually enter the body through the anus, nose, and mouth, through inhaled air or fingers that have touched a contaminated object. The third helminth is Trichina spiralis. This worm lives in the intestines and causes a serious illness known as trichinosis. The eggs usually enter the body via raw or uncooked pork, sausage, and bear meat. The fourth helminth is tapeworm. Tapeworms live in intestines. The eggs usually enter the body via raw or uncooked beef. The fifth and the last common helminth is flukeworm. They live in different locations in the body, including the intestines, the bladder, rectum, liver, spleen, lungs, and veins. Prevention of helminth diseases usually requires frequent washing of hands, frequent cleaning of bathrooms and kitchens, and thorough cooking of food they infest, mainly beef, pork, sausage, and bear meat. Water supply should be chlorinated if possible. When the susceptible host, the person who cannot resist a microorganism invading its body, the host is infected. So, infection defines as the state produced by the establishment of one or more pathogenic agents in or on our body of a suitable host. There are 3 stages of infection. First is the incubation stage. It occurs when a person acquires the pathogen. For example, chicken pox, it takes 2 to 3 weeks of incubation. For common colds, 1 to 2 days of incubation. Influenza takes 1 to 3 days and 15 to 18 days for mumps. The second stage is the prodromal stage. It is the start when non-specific signs and symptoms appear. For example, common cold is characterized by sore throat, sinus, congestion and rhinitis, mumps manifested by earache, high fever, and salivary gland swelling. And the third is convalescent stage. It is considered as the recovery stage. This is the last stage, the interval when acute symptoms of infection must intervene to prevent the infection from developing further. In epidemiology, a triad model called chain of infection states that infectious diseases occur because of the interaction between an infectious agent, a host, and their environment. And that's the term for the mode of transmission. Again, it is the method by which the organism moves from one host to another. There are 2 ways of mode of transmission. First is the general transmission, and second is the human-to-human transmission. General transmission is done through abiotic environmental factors like wind, transmitted by inhalation of spores, and water transmitted by entering into the skin. Next is by general animal vectors mode of transmission. Example, the mosquitoes which causes malaria and dengue. Another example is fleas through bubonic plague, an infection caused by mice, rats, squirrels, and other animals that may be infected. Another way of mode of transmission is through human to human. First, it can be done by direct contact, wherein pathogen survives best inside the body. Second, it can be done in direct contact, wherein pathogen survives at harsh environment and can pick up source of diseases from surface of air. Third is by droplets, wherein pathogens are in droplets but do not survive long in this way. Fourth, it can be airborne, wherein pathogens aerosolize and stay infective. And fifth is the fecal oral. It is transmitted through contaminated water or food. The mode of transmission occurs when the agent leaves its reservoir or host through a portal of exit. then conveyed by some mode of transmission, and enters through an appropriate portal of entry to infect a susceptible host. This sequence is sometimes called the chain of infection. But what is the portal of entry we are referring for? The portal of entry is an opening allowing the microorganism enter the host. They can be passed through the following: body orifice, an opening through which something may pass; mucous membranes; breaks in the skin; respiratory system through inhalation; gastrointestinal system through ingestion; urinary and reproductive tracts, sexual contact. Okay, learners, I hope you listened and took note of important learnings. Much more on our next sessions. Before we end our lesson today, remember that communicable diseases do not only threaten the sick person, but also our family and the society in general. Thus, protecting ourselves and our families from diseases are both personal and social responsibilities. The spread of communicable diseases threatens the populace, so each must understand how to prevent the spread and learn how to manage it. And now, I challenge you to become a catalyst for the control and prevention of communicable diseases. You just need to consistently demonstrate personal responsibility and heartful practices in order to prevent and control communicable diseases. And that concludes our discussion for this afternoon. At this point in time, let us see how well you understood the lesson. I had prepared a short quiz for you to answer. Write your answer on your study notebook or learning activity sheets. I will read the question twice for you to have enough time to think of the answer and write it down. Learners, are you ready? Let me read the direction. Supply the missing letters on each item to complete the word. A hint is provided on each item. Item number 1. These are known as infectious diseases or transmissible diseases. These are known as infectious diseases or transmissible diseases. Item number 2. These are diseases causing biologic agents that include viruses, bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and parasites. Again, these are diseases causing biologic agents that include viruses, bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and parasites. Item number 3. It is defined as the state produced by the establishment of one or more pathogenic agents in or on our body of a suitable host. Again, it is defined as the state produced by the establishment of one or more pathogenic agents in or on our body of a suitable host. Item number 4. It is the mode or method by which the organism moves from one host to another. Again, it is the mode or method by which the organism moves from one host to another. Item number 5. It is a person who cannot resist a microorganism invading its body. Again, it is a person who cannot resist a microorganism invading its body. Okay, let us check your answers. Be honest in checking. This is one way to prove if you understood well the lesson. Answer number 1 is communicable diseases. Answer number 2 is pathogen. Answer number 3 is infection. Answer number 4 is transmission. And answer number 5 is susceptible host. who got all the correct answers. Okay, count your score now. For those who got perfect score, congratulations! Job well done. You have listened carefully. For those who got 4, very good. For those who got 3, still good. For those who got 2, fair enough. For those who got 1, still okay. Don't lose hope and keep trying. You may always go back and watch this episode for reference. That's all for today. I hope you learned a lot, and let this knowledge be seen in your actions, words, and way of living. This is the best legacy you can contribute not only to you and your family, but to the whole nation in promoting health. If you have questions about our lesson today, just PM me or text me on my number 0907-477-5689. I would be glad to answer all your questions. Again, this is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DZTC 828 AM station. This has been your teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Rosemary Marimlabanag, your Health Education 8 anchor. See you and God bless everyone. Until next time!
Tuberculosis. Gaano katagal ang gamutan ng TB? Ang tuberculosis treatment ay umaabot ng 6 hanggang 8 buwan na pag-inom ng gamot. Kapag naman ito ay naantala, maaaring umabot ng 2 taon ang gamutan. Tandaan, ang TB ay hindi namamana, hindi nakukuha sa pagpapagod, pagpupuyat o pagkatuyo ng pawis sa likod. Hindi na ipapasa sa paghawak ng gamit ng taong may TB. Hindi nakukuha sa kagat ng lamok. Kaya kung may suspetsa, agad kumonsulta. Libre ito. Maging bahagi ng TB-Free Pinas. Konsultayo sa ating mga primary care provider para sa Healthy Pilipinas. Paalala mula sa Department of Health.
1 FM. 1 FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. 1 FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan.
Pinakikinggan lagi kita.
This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. 1 FM.
1 FM. Your only 1 FM.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYN 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozami, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online. online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo. Radio Pilipino. Radio Pilipino.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Welcome to another fun and exciting learning experience. Right now, you are watching and listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac, and Converge Cable TV, Channel 100. I would also like to acknowledge our viewers via Facebook Live. I am teacher Kenneth Ann M. Nagtalan from San Julian, Santa Maria High School, your teacher broadcaster for today. We are now in the first lesson of the third quarter, grade 9 English. So, I am asking our grade 9 students to find a comfortable spot and listen carefully while participating in a fun learning activity. Before we begin, make sure you have your learning activity sheets as well as your notebook and pen as we explore the wonders of knowledge and skills in English 9. Get ready, grade 9 learners. Our discussion today will focus on MELC 1, differentiate biases from prejudices. After you have listened thoroughly in the lesson, you are expected to, number 1, define prejudice. Number 2, differentiate the 5 common types of prejudice. Number 3, determine the types of prejudice used in text. I guess you are now ready, so let's start our learning session. On the first page of your learning activity sheet, you'll see an image of a blindfolded man. There are 2 statements on his sides. Let us all read the statements. Statement number 1. Miss Ellis cannot serve on a jury because she is a woman. Statement number 2. Carlo hates K-pop groups because they are not Filipinos. After you have listened to the statements, what do you think the blindfolded man symbolizes? Number 2. What is the connection of the blindfolded man to the pieces of information given? If you have any ideas, you can write down your answers in your notebook. And for our viewers on Facebook, you can comment down your answers in the comment section below. The image of a blindfolded man represents justice. And the link between the blindfolded man and Miss Ellis and Carlos' statement is that people tend to judge others without even knowing the truth. The suggestion made to you is an example of prejudice. Let us learn more about it as we gain a better understanding of prejudice and its various forms. What is prejudice? Prejudices are thoughts, opinions, or feelings toward a person or a group, especially if they are negative. Next, it is a prejudgment or forming an opinion before becoming aware of the relevant facts of a case. The word is often used to refer to preconceived, usually unfavorable judgments toward a person or people because of gender, beliefs, values, class status, age, disability, sexuality, race or ethnicity, language, nationality, occupation, education, or personal characteristics. Now, let's take a look at these examples. Number 1. All Mexicans are illegal aliens and thieves. Again, number 1. All Mexicans are illegal aliens and thieves. Number 2. All Black people are unemployed criminals. Again, all Black people are unemployed criminals. As you can see, both sentences are showing strong, insulting, and negative judgments and opinions toward the Mexican people and the Black people. As a result, these sentences are considered prejudiced. There are 5 common types of prejudice. Number 1, we have the gender prejudice. Number 2, ethnic or racial prejudice. Number 3, sexual orientation prejudice. Number 4, age prejudice. And number 5, the class prejudice. Let's talk about the first type of prejudice, which is the gender prejudice. This refers to the attitude that all members of a particular gender, all women, all girls, all men, and all boys are a certain type of person. Example, all males possess the tendency to be womanizers. The next type is ethnic or racial prejudice. This happens when negative opinions, beliefs, or attitudes are held about people for the simple reason that they belong to a specific ethnic group. Example, all Mexican people are illegal aliens and thieves. The specific group in the statement is Mexican. Mexicans are people in Mexico, which is located in the southern portion of North America. We also have the sexual orientation prejudice. It is often based on the stereotype that all gay men or lesbians are immoral and thus inferior. These may include transgender or transsexual individuals or those who defy being classified as either male or female. This is also called homophobia. Examples, lesbians and homosexuals are all bad. Learners, this statement is a very alarming opinion that you yourself should refrain from believing. Number 4 is age prejudice. This reflects a prejudice against older adults. It is defined as any attitude, action, or institutional structure which subordinates a person or group because of age or any assignment of roles in society purely based on age. Example, Leo is 50 years old. He is not qualified for a managerial position in the company because he is too old, according to his boss. This prejudice is not only for adults, but also for younger generations of today who have already experienced the age prejudice, which they are told, for example, in one of the songs of Taylor Swift, if you know that, entitled Cardigan, the lyrics stated that, quote, when you are young, they assume you know nothing, unquote. Thus, this is an example of age prejudice. And lastly, we have the class prejudice. This is the attitude that those in a certain economic class are inferior to another class. It is a biased, discriminatory attitude or a distinction made between social or economic classes. Example, Poor people have to work as house helpers. So once again, these are the 5 common types of prejudice. Number 1, the gender prejudice. Number 2, the ethnic or racial prejudice. Number 3, the sexual orientation prejudice. Number 4, the age prejudice. And number 5, the class prejudice. Remember, learners, that we may avoid being prejudicial if we, number 1, are mindful of negative attitudes and assumptions. Number 2, if we are careful of prejudiced language and avoid stereotypical statements about other groups of people. We may avoid being prejudicial if we speak out against intolerant statements and jokes made by others. So let us enjoy doing a series of activities from your activity sheets to help you better understand the concept of prejudice and its various types. So let's try to complete activity 1, which is entitled Define Me. Inside the box are the 5 common types of prejudices. Define each type of prejudice based on the statements below by writing the letter that corresponds to your answer in the space provided before each number. Number 1. This is called homophobia. It is often based on the stereotype that all gay men or lesbians are immoral and thus inferior. Again, number 1, this is called homophobia. It is often based on the stereotype that all gay men or lesbians are immoral and thus inferior. So learners, what is the answer? The answer is letter E, sexual orientation prejudice. Number 2, it is defined as any attitude, action, or institutional structure which subordinates a person or a group because of age. Learner, what do you think is the answer? Your answers are correct. The answer is letter A, age prejudice. Number 3, it is a biased, discriminatory attitude or a distinction made between social or economic classes. I repeat, it is a biased, discriminatory attitude or a distinction made between social or economic classes. What is your answer, learners? You are correct. The answer is letter B. You are doing great. Let's move on to the next question. This happens when negative opinions, beliefs, or attitudes are held about people for the simple reason that they belong to a specific ethnic group. What is your answer, learners? You are correct. The answer is letter D, ethnic or racial prejudice. Let's move on to the next question. This refers to the attitude that all members of a particular gender, all women, all girls, all men, and all boys are a certain type of person. What is your answer, learners? That's great. The answer is letter C, gender prejudice. Did you all get the correct answers? Wow, you are really paying attention to our discussion. So let's proceed to activity number 2. Activity number 2, name it right. Read the following statements, then encircle the letter of the correct type of prejudice that each statement illustrates. Statement number 1. A manager does not hire a more qualified female applicant because for him, men are smarter and stronger than women. A, gender. B, ethnic or racial. C, sexual orientation. D, age. E, class. What is your answer, learners? All right, the answer is letter A, Let's move on to question number 2. Some parents will not approve of their children marrying someone of the same gender because they believe it is wrong. A. Gender. B. Ethnic or racial. C. Sexual orientation. D. Age. E. Class. What is your answer, learners? That's it. The answer is letter C. Very good. Let's move on to number 3. A manager refused to give a specific task to workers he considered old because he thinks older people can't handle that work. A. Gender. B. Ethnic or racial. C. Sexual orientation. D. Age. E. Class. The answer is letter D. You got it right, learners. Let's move on to statement number 4. Some people believe that Muslims are dangerous. Again, some people believe that Muslims are dangerous. Letter A, gender. B, ethnic or racial. C, sexual orientation. D, age. E, class. Correct. The answer is letter B, ethnic or racial. Number 5, poor people must work as a construction workers. Letter A, gender. B, ethnic or racial. C, sexual orientation. D, age. E, class. All right, the answer is letter E. That ends our activity number 2. Congratulations, learners. So I guess the next activity is just a piece of cake for you. Let us now check how well you learned about our topic. Let's have activity number 3. Activity number 3, news extract. Read the news extracts below, then answer what is being asked for. Write your answers on the space provided before each number. News extract number 1. James Park was on a night out which ended in him fighting for his life. James, who is a trainee police officer, was having fun with friends when up to 20 boys, some as young as 14, started shouting homophobic abuse at them. James was repeatedly punched and kicked in his face and body by the boys. He was left with several skull and facial fractures. What type of prejudice is showing? Which line proves your claim? Okay, the type of prejudice shown in news extract number 1 is sexual orientation. The line that proves the claim is 20 boys, some as young as 14, started shouting homophobic abuse at them. Let's move on to news extract number 2. More than 7,600 viewers complained about racism on the reality show Celebrity Big Brother. Viewers complained the contestants of Big Brother were racially abusing the Bollywood star Shilpa Shetty. They claimed that Shetty, from India, was being victimized and bullied. Shetty, 31, broke down in tears after allegedly being taunted about her skin color, accent, and cooking. What type of prejudice is shown in news extract number 2? Which line proves your claim? Okay, the type of prejudice shown is ethnic or racial. The line that proves the claim is Shetty, 31, broke down in tears after allegedly being taunted about her skin color, accent, and cooking. Let's move on to news extract number 3. Sky Sports presenters Andy Gray and Richard Keys have been accused of sexism after making several comments about a female referee called Sian Masay. They commented on her match on her understanding of the offside rule during a Premier League match. The commentators believe their microphones were switched off but were recorded making remarks such as, "Somebody better get down in there and explain offside to her. Can you believe that? A female linesman. Women don't know the offside rule. What type of prejudice is shown? Which line proves your claim?" Yes, correct. The type of prejudice shown in News Extract 3 is a gender prejudice. The line that proves the claim is, "Can you believe that? A female linesman. Women don't know the offside rule." So that's the end of our activity number 3. You did well, grade 9 learners. You really applied the learnings acquired from our lesson. So I hope your learnings on prejudice will help you become a respectful and caring adult, and I hope that you applied it to yourself and to the real world. Now, you are all geared up to strengthen your learnings through the next activity that I will be giving you, which we'll be accomplishing after watching this episode. Post-listening or viewing activities. Listen to the scene where Lady Catherine talks to Elizabeth Bennet from the movie entitled Pride and Prejudice. Below is the transcribed copy of the scene. You can search the link that has been provided on your learning activity sheets. After that, you may answer the next activity. Read the following statements taken from the excerpt you just have listened to. Write yes if the statement expresses prejudice and no if it does not. Write the correct answer in your activity notebook. Number 1, never. You hardly have any money. Your family is in a poor social condition. Number 2, but you forget. He's a gentleman, and my father is a gentleman, so we are equal. Number 3, you even have a poor connection with your own family. Listen well. Number 4, listen well. Darcy and my mother and my daughter were made for each other. They are both wealthy, unlike you. And number 5, this outrageous marriage will ruin the family line. So that ends our activity. If you have any questions, you can send me a message on my mobile number 0995-231-6605. Again, you can message me on my number 0995-231-6605. Wow, you really did a great and amazing job, grade 9 learners. Before we end this session, let me share with you a quotation that says, "It is not our differences that divide us. It is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences." So learners, always remember to enjoy while learning. Until our next learning discovery in Aral TarlakHenyo or here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This is your teacher, Kenneth Ann M. Nagtalan, and I wish everyone a wonderful day.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air, and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Formal nang binuksan sa publiko ang Nayon sa Diwa Cultural Exhibit kamakailan sa ginanap na ribbon cutting nito sa Diwa ng Tarlac. sa pangunguna ni Tarlac Province Governor Susan A. Yap, Vice Governor Attorney Carlito Casada David at ang Nayong Pilipino Foundation Executive Director na si Jerty Duran Batocabe. Sa mensahe ni Governor Susan Yap, ipinaliwanag nito ang kahalagahan ng cultural exhibit.
Bringing cultural communities closer to the heart is a topic that is very important to me. So today, I would love to discuss it with you. The province of Tarlac's dynamic and thriving culture is what makes our community's foundation stronger. As we are all aware, our society is getting more and more diverse. While this diversity can be a source of optimism, it can also cause conflicts. Building connections between various cultures and communities is one way we could overcome these obstacles. Everyone needs to feel appreciated, valued, and included in our big community. As we move forward in honor of the province's vibrant 150 years, we want to highlight how our culture shapes who we are.
Dagdag pa nito, malaki ang ginagampanang papel ng isang cultural exhibit.
I believe that the opening of our collaborative exhibition with the Nayong Filipino Foundation, ang Nayon sa Diwa, bringing cultural communities closer to the heart, would strengthen and unite our cultural communities. All of these are done with the intention of conserving and enhancing the culture that binds our communities together.
Ipinahayag naman ni Nayong Filipino Foundation Executive Director ang kanyang pasasalamat. Ganoon din ang halaga ng mga ganitong aktibidad.
To Governor Susan Yap, you made this happen. The Lady of the Hour, thank you so much. The people of Tarlac are indeed very lucky to have a tireless governor who embodies the strength and wisdom of a good leader and the gentleness and refinements of a good mother. We at NPF are so appreciative of the support and very excited about this collaboration with the provincial government of Tarlac. We believe that this partnership in bringing this collection closer to the people and showcasing our unique material culture will help create a deeper understanding of our identity as Filipinos and provide opportunities for our people and even tourists to engage in meaningful ways.
Isa sa mga cultural items na nakadisplay sa exhibit ang mga gamit ng Abiling Tribe dito sa probinsya ng Tarlac. Ipinaabot naman ni Chieftain Rudy de la Cruz ng Abiling Tribe ang kanyang pasasalamat para sa ang Nayon sa Diwa.
Maraming salamat po kay Governor Yap para po sa Nayon Pilipino para mabigyan kami ng ganyan na kagamitan panggawa po. Kaya ito po nila sinasabi ko po para kay Governor Susan Yap para matulungan po ang katutubong abiling. So maraming salamat po, ma'am.
Ayon naman kay Mr. Victor Estrella, curator ng Nayong Filipino Foundation, ginawa talagang sentro ng exhibit ang Abiling Tribe.
Ginawa talaga naming focus ng atensyon ng exhibit na ito ang abilin or abiling kasi ito yung isa sa dalawa o ilan pang natatanging indigenous cultural communities dito sa Tarlac.
Ipinahayag naman ng Tarlac Provincial Tourism Office sa pangunguna ni Mr. Arsenio Baby Lugay na bilang kanlungan ng lahi, ang probinsya ng Tarlac ay nakasentro sa mga pagpapayabong ng mga kultura. Ipinahayag din nito kung bakit mahalaga ang ganitong mga aktibidad, lalo na sa mga kabataan.
Itong mga exhibit nito, parang binabalik mo sa kanila na kasi modern times na tayo ngayon, kung saan nakakalimutan natin kultura at natin, no? So this is one way of bringing back to them, or parang yung pinapaalala natin sa mga kabataan na may magaganda tayong mga kultura, sining, na in a way, sa mga exhibit na to, is a vehicle for them to realize na, wow, ang ganda pala ng kultura natin, ang ganda ng lugar natin, ang ganda ng mga characteristics ng Filipino. So, yun ang trust namin ngayon ng province of Tarlac, headed by Governor Susan Yap, is bringing back and giving back to our youth the value of our heritage and culture.
Ang nayon sa diwa Bringing Cultural Communities Closer to the Heart ay ipinakita ang iba't ibang cultural items mula sa Kalinga, Tiboli, Ifugao at iba pa. Ang isinagawang cultural exhibit ay dinaluhan ng mga mayors mula sa iba't ibang bahay ng probinsya ng Tarlac, mga sangguniang panlalawigan members at iba pang mga respetadong individual na nagtipon-tipon upang saksihan ang mga gamit ng iba't ibang tribo na sumasalamin sa mayamang kultura ng Pilipinas. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Isang mapayapa at ligtas na hapon kabataang TarlakHenyo. Narito na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kamusta na kayo mga ginigiliw kong Grade 9 Eco Learners? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako, ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ginang Jean P. Valdez, magtuturo sa inyo via remote live broadcasting mula dito sa bayan ng Kamiling. Sasamahan at gagabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin patungkol sa patakarang pananalapi. Bago pa man tayong magsimula sa ating talakayan, ay narito ang ilan sa mga paalaala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa isang lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napapakinggan ang ating remote live broadcast. Tayo ay napapakinggan sa radyo via DCTC 828 AM at napapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, Converge Cable TV Channel 100, FB page at YouTube channel ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Inaasahan din na kayo ay busog o nakapagmeryenda na upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa hapon na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong learner's material sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ika-7 linggo sa ika-3 markahan. Sa mga mayroong kopya ng ating module, ay ilabas ninyo ang inyong Module 5 na may pamagat na layunin at pamamaraan ng patakarang pananalapi. Ihanda rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ninyo ang mga mahahalagang impormasyon na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa layunin at pamamaraan ng patakarang pananalapi. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang linggo. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Magaling! Sa nakaraang episode ay ating tinalakay ang konsepto ng patakarang piskal at ang dalawang paraan na ginagamit ng pamahalaan sa ilalim ng patakarang ito upang mapangasiwaan ang paggamit ng pondo nito bilang pangangalaga sa ekonomiya ng bansa. Una ay ang expansionary fiscal policy. Isinasagawa ng pamahalaan upang mapasigla ang matamlay na ekonomiya ng bansa. Ipinapakita sa kondisyong ito na ang kabuuang output ay mababa ng higit sa inaasahan dahil hindi magamit ang lahat ng resources. Karaniwan ding mababa ang pangkalahatang demand ng sambahayan at walang insentibo sa mga namumuhunan na gumawa o magdagdag ng produksyon. Pangalawa, ang contractionary fiscal policy. Ang paraang ito naman ay ipinapatupad ng pamahalaan kung saan nasa bingit ng pagtaas ang pangkalahatang presyo sa ekonomiya. Karaniwang nagaganap ito kapag lubhang masigla ang ekonomiya na maaaring magdulot ng overheated economy na mayroong mataas na pangkalahatang output at employment. At ngayon, sa palagay ko, ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa para sa araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng aralin na ito ay masusuri ang layunin at pamamaraan ng patakarang pananalapi. Ito ay nakaangkla sa ating Most Essential Learning Competencies na may code na AP9 MAK-3H-18. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nanunood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast ngayong hapon, kung kayo po ay may katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger, facebook.com/JeanParasValdez, o kaya ay maaari din kayong tumawag o mag-text sa numerong naka-flash ngayon sa inyong screen. Sa puntong ito, tayo ay magsisimula na sa ating paksang aralin. Atin nang alamin ang mga konsepto patungkol sa patakarang pananalapi. Simulan natin sa isang katanungan. Gusto mo bang kumain ng masarap na burger? Marahil ang sagot mo ay opo. Oo. Subalit, mangangailangan ka ng salapi upang mabili ito. Sa gayon, ang pera ay isang instrumento na tanggap bilang kapalit ng produkto o laga ng burger ay naitatakda dahil na rin sa salaping ginagamit bilang panukat sa presyo ng isang produkto. Ang isang burger halimbawa nito ay masasabing 45 pesos. Dahil sa pagtatakda dito ng nagbibili na tinanggap naman ng mamimili at ang pang na maaaring gamitin sa ibang panahon. Ang ilang bahagi ng kinita mula sa pagtatrabaho ay maaaring itabi at gamitin sa ibang pagkakataon dahil ang halaga nito ay hindi nagbabago maliban sa epekto ng inflasyon sa presyo ng bilihin. Ayon sa Case and Fair 2012. Ang salapi ay mahalagang bahagi ng buhay ng tao. Ngunit, ang pangangasiwa nito ay isang malaking hamon sa lahat ng bansa. Ang dami ng salapi sa sirkulasyon maaaring magdulot ng kasaganaan o suliranin sa mga mamamayan. Dahil dito, ang pag-iingat at matalinong pamamahala ay kinakailangan upang masiguro na ang bilang ng salapi sa ekonomiya ay magiging kasangkapan upang mapanatili ang kaayusan. Ang patakarang pananalapi ay may kinalaman sa pamamahala o pagkontrol sa supply ng salapi upang patatagin ang halaga ng salapi sa loob at labas ng bansa at tiyakin na magiging matatag ang buong ekonomiya. Ito ay isang sistemang pinaiiral ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas upang makontrol ang supply ng salapi sa sirkulasyon. Kaugnay nito, ang Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas ay ang tagapangasiwa ng salapi, pautang at pagbabangko. Itinatag upang mapangalagaan ang buong ekonomiya ng bansa. Ang Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas ay maaaring magpatupad ng expansionary money policy at contractionary money policy. Kapag ang layunin ng pamahalaan ay mahikayat ang mga negosyante na palakihin pa o magbukas ng negosyo, ipinapatupad nito ang expansionary money policy. Kapag ang pagtaas naman sa presyo ng mga bilihin at ng mga salik ng produksyon ay nagpatuloy, mas lalong tataas ang presyo at magpapatuloy din ang mga pangyayaring unang nabanggit. Upang maiwasan ang kondisyong ito, karaniwang nagpapatupad ng contractionary money policy ang Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas upang mabawasan ang paggasta ng sambahayan at ng mga namumuhunan. Sa pagbabawas ng puhunan, nababawasan din ang produksyon. Sa puntong ito, atin namang talakayin ang mga instrumento na ginagamit ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas upang maipatupad ang patakarang pananalapi. Una, ang Fiat Money Authority. Ang BSP lamang ang may kapangyarihang mag-imprinta ng salapi sa bansa. Kung kailangan ng karagdagang salapi sa sirkulasyon, maaaring mag-imprinta ng salapi upang punan ito. Pangalawa, laang reserba o tinatawag na required reserve. Ito ay bahagi ng idineposito ng mga tao sa bangko na kailangan itabi ng bangko at hindi ipautang. Pangatlo, pagdidiskwento. Bilang nagpapautang, maaaring diktahan ng BSP kung magkano ang interes ng kanyang pagpapautang. Ang interes na ito ay tinatawag na rediscounting. Pang-apat, ang open market operation. Ito ay ang pagbebenta o pagbili ng mga papel ng pagkakautang ng pamahalaan o government na direkta sa pamilihan. Panglima, pagbebenta at pagbili ng dayuhang salapi. Maaaring magbenta at bumili ang BSP ng dolyar sa pamilihan. Kapag bumili ang BSP ng dolyar, binabayaran ito ng piso. Kung ang BSP naman ang magbebenta ng dayuhang salapi, nakatatanggap naman siya ng piso. Sa ganitong paraan, nakokontrol ang supply ng salapi gamit ang pamamaraang ito. At ang panghuli, ang moral suasion. Ang BSP ay may di matatawarang impluwensya sa mga bangko. Dahil sa impluwensyang ito, maaaring na maidirekta ang mga gawain ng mga bangko ayon sa layunin ng pamahalaan. Maaaring kausapin ng gobernador ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas o BSP ang mga bangko upang maipaliwanag ang sitwasyon ng ekonomiya at kung paano makatutulong ang mga bangko upang malutas ang anumang suliranin kinakaharap ng bansa. Ito ang mga instrumentong ginagamit upang maipatupad ang patakarang pananalapi. Sa pamamagitan nito, mapanatiling maayos at maging matatag ang sirkulasyon ng salapi at kita ng ekonomiya. Sa puntong ito naman, ating sukatin ang inyong kaalaman patungkol sa patakarang pananalapi, mga instrumento na ginagamit ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas upang maipatupad ang patakarang pananalapi sa pamamagitan ng isang gawain, kaya maganda ng isang malinis na papel at ballpen para sa isang gawain. Panuto, basahin at unawain ang bawat bilang. Isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot sa iyong sagutang papel. Para sa unang bilang, upang maipatupad ng patakarang pananalapi, bakit kailangan ng Fiat Money Authority ng Bangko Sentral? A. Sapagkat sila ang pinakamalaking bangko sa Pilipinas. B. Sapagkat madami ditong perang maaaring gamitin. C. Sapagkat sila ang may kapangyarihang mag-imprenta ng salapi sa bansa. D. Sapagkat lubos na pinagtitiwalaan ng pamahalaan ang Bangko Sentral. Kung ang iyong napiling letra ay letter C, sapagkat sila ang may kapangyarihang mag-imprenta ng salapi sa bansa, ikaw ay mahusay. Para sa pangalawang bilang, paano nakatutulong ang open market operation ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas sa pamahalaan? A. Sa pamamagitan ng pagbenta o pagbili ng pagkakautang ng pamahalaan. B. Paghingi ng pahintulot na gumastos ng pera ng pamahalaan. C. Pagpapautang sa mga maliliit na bangko sa bansa. At D. Pagsasagawa ng mga seminar sa mga maliliit na negosyante. Ang isinulat mo ba ay letrang A, sa pamamagitan ng pagbenta o pagbili ng pagkakautang ng pamahalaan? Tama ka na naman! Pangatlong bilang. Ito ay tumutukoy sa bilang ng nagpapautang na maaaring diktahan ng BSP kung magkano ang interes ng kanyang pagpapautang. A. Expansionary money policy. B. Fiat Money Authority. C. Moral suasion. D. Pagdidiskwento. Kung ang isinulat mo ay letter D, pagdidiskwento, ikaw nga ay talagang nakinig sa ating talakayan kanina. Magaling! Pang-apat na bilang. Mahalagang gumamit ng salapi bilang batayan ng palitan upang puwang. A. Hindi maging komplikado ang pagkumpara ng halaga ng produkto. B. Maikling oras ang magugol sa pamimili. C. Mapadali ang pagbili ng produkto. At D. Lahat ng nabanggit. Ang tamang sagot ay letrang D. Lahat ng nabanggit. Panghuling bilang. Ito ay may kinalaman sa pamamahala o pagkontrol sa supply ng salapi upang patatagin ang halaga ng salapi sa loob at labas ng bansa at tiyakin na magiging matatag ang buong ekonomiya. A. Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. B. Patakarang pananalapi. C. Patakarang piskal. D. Wala sa mga nabanggit. Kung ang iyong sagot ay B. Patakarang pananalapi, ikaw ay napakahusay. Lahat ba ng inyong sagot ay tama? Magaling! Para sa mga hindi nakakuha ng perfect score, ay huwag kayong malungkot dahil marami pang pagkakataon. Mas pag-igihan pa ang inyong pag-aaral. Sa susunod na episode ng Araling Panlipunan, ika-9 na baitang, ay ating tatalakayin ang mga bumubuo sa sektor ng pananalapi. Lagi kayong tumutok sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo dito lamang sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac upang matuto at kayo ay magabayan sa pagsagot ng inyong module. Kung may mga katanungan, huwag magdalawang isip na imensahe ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ginang Jean P. Valdez, mula sa Bilad High School, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging maka-Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan, makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
Wagi sa kaalaman, kabahagi sa kaligtasan.
Gana sa karaman kaparte sa seguridad.
Analo at kakapatan, kabiyangan at kilalaban.
Narito ang mga dapat gawin kapag may sunog.
Kung nasusunog na ang bahay, lumabas agad. Huwag nang magsalba pa ng gamit. Tumawag agad sa fire department o humingi ng tulong sa mga kapitbahay. Takpan ang bibig at ilong upang hindi makalanghap ng usok. Maaari ring gumamit ng panyo o tuwalya. Kung hindi makalabas, pumunta sa anumang bagay na makakapukaw ng atensyon. Kung sakaling mahagip ng apoy ang damit, magpagulong-gulong sa sahig hanggang mawala ito.
Wagi sa kaalaman, kabahagi sa kaligtasan.
Madaugon sa kasayuran, kabahin sa kaluwasan.
Sinambot keng kabaluan, kayabe keng kasamasnan.
Madaugon sa kahibalo, kabahin sa kaluwasan.
Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino.
Kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo. Kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Matagumpay ang ginanap na presentation at blessing ng mga bago at donated na equipment para sa Paniki Municipal Police Station na dinalohan ni Police General Rodolfo S. Azurin Jr., Chief PNP. Kabilang sa mga equipment na binigay ay ang isang unit ng Toyota Hilux, isang unit ng light motorcycle 150cc Honda Dirt Bike, 10 units ng basic assault rifle na mayroong 70 magazines, at 3,600 round ng SS-109 ammunition at ang 4 units ng light motorcycle 313cc BMW na galing sa San Miguel Corporation. Ayon kay Police Lieutenant Colonel Edison Pascasio, Chief of Police ng Paniki, malaking bagay ang mga kagamitan na kanilang natanggap para sa pagpapaigting ng seguridad sa bayan.
Laking pasasalamat po namin sa ating Chief PNP, General Azurin. Hindi lang po malaking tulong yung pagdalaw niya rito sa bayan ng Paniki. May dala po siyang 4 na motor, 10 baril, at isang mobile na magagamit namin ito sa pagpapaigting ng aming police visibility and anti-criminality effort.
Dinagdag din nito ang iba pang tulong na kanilang matatanggap.
Magbibigay po siya ng kagamitan na nagkakahalaga ng 2 milyong piso. Ito po ay napakalaking tulong.
Sa mensahe ni Police General Rodolfo S. Azurin Jr., ipinaliwanag nito ang kahalagahan ng pagkakaisa sa isang bayan. Pinaalalahanan din nito ang Paniki MPS sa kahalagahan ng pag-iingat ng mga gamit na ito.
This morning, Tarlac Police Provincial Office, particularly Paniki Municipal Police Station, is truly fortunate for this noteworthy initiative of the Philippine National Police through the Directorate for Logistics in line with the Capability Enhancement Program of our organization. Sana po ito po mga equipment na binibigay po namin ngayon sa bayan ng Paniki, alagaan po sana ng maayos ng ating mga kapulisan. So let me also express my gratitude again to our local government officials and private donors who have generously provided us with these new and reliable tools. Your support and partnership with the PNP are truly appreciated, and we pledge to make the most out of these donations for the benefit of our constituents here in the town of Paniki. Muli, maraming salamat po sa mainit na pagtanggap niyo sa amin dito sa bayan ng Paniki, na kung saan isa po ito sa mga bayan na hindi ko makakalimutan because I grew up and I graduated in this place. Kahit papano ay alam ko po kung ano po ang Paniki noon at ano ang Paniki ngayon. At dahil sa napakagandang pagsasama po ng ating mga halal na mga opisyales, definitely tuloy-tuloy po ang progreso ng ating bayan ng Paniki. Muli, Mayor, sa ating pong mga halal na mga opisyales, maraming salamat po sa patuloy na suporta na ibinibigay nyo sa ating mga kapulisan dito po sa bayan ng Paniki. Isang mapagpala at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Sa mensahe ni Paniki Mayor Max Rojas, pinasalamatan nito ang suporta ni Police General Rodolfo S. Azurin Jr.
Ako lubos na nagpapasalamat sa ating PNP Chief na si Rodolfo Azurin sa kanyang suporta para sa bayan ng Paniki.
Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today? Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience, serving you with the different skills, learn and have fun together.
A blessed day, TLE-minded learners! Welcome to another fun and exciting learning at Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Ryan Arpadero, your teacher broadcaster in Cookery 9, and we are remote live broadcasting at the Ilang-Ilang capital of the Philippines, and now Tarlac. Alright, prepare yourselves to another lesson full of knowledge, skills, and practical experience. Join me as we indulge and take a bite to the new learnings of Cookery 9.
Before we start, please do the following. First, find a comfortable place to study away from any distractions. Second, check your headsets or speakers if they are functioning well, so you can hear clearly the broadcast. Third, prepare your learning materials. Of course, don't forget your pen and activity notebook.
Remember, my dear students, don't forget to bring with you your compendium of notes. At the end of our discussions, if you have any questions or clarifications on our lesson, feel free to message us at 0995-463-4305. As we go on with our lesson, let me inspire you by listening to a TLE song originally composed by our former student, David Cabralda.
is flexible and enjoyable. Home economics, agri-fisheries, industrial arts and ICT. A subject that develops our skills and learners' knowledge. This will help us in our daily living to become more competitive. Technology and livelihood, education is a great subject. It motivates students for the future use to make life become better. In TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress.
There you have
like the song. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to portion and control sandwiches and sandwich ingredients. Prepare and present sandwiches attractively. Appreciate the importance of presenting a sandwich. Now, you'll have a deeper understanding of the lesson as we go on with our broadcast. So stay tuned and listen intently. Before we proceed with our lesson for today, let us recall what you have learned in the previous lesson. What sandwiches are these? Very good. These are clubhouse sandwiches. Have you noticed its shape? Take note, a sandwich may be cut into triangles, specifically right triangles, into halves, or even in quarters. We also tackled about the basic components of sandwich. We have the structure or base. It is a part upon which the ingredients are placed, like bread. We also have the moistening agents, which is meant to bind the sandwich. Examples are mayonnaise and spreads. And lastly, we have the fillings. It consists of one or more ingredients that are stacked, layered, or folded within to form a sandwich. Samples are vegetables and meat. Take note, my dear students, the itag meat of our katutubo in the mountain province can be used as a filling for a sandwich. Again, the three basic components of sandwiches are the structure or base, the moistening agent, and the filling. Now, to test your prior knowledge on our topic, please answer these speed tests. Do not worry, it is only a way to check if you have knowledge with our topic. So are you now ready? Let us try. Word hunt. Direction. Find words that are hidden in the grid. The hidden word can be positioned in all directions, written from left to right, from right to left, horizontally, vertically, and diagonally, but is always on one straight line. You have 30 seconds to find the word. Let us start. Time's up. What are the hidden words inside the grid? Very good. Arrange. We also have portion. We have plate. What are the other words? Will you guess it? That's right. Present. Yes, spread. Awesome. We have appealing. Good job. Attractive. Yes, garnish. Correct. Balance. And lastly, colorful. Based on the words that we have gathered, what do you think is our lesson for today? You got it right. It is all about presenting a variety of sandwich. Now, let us study about portion sandwiches and its ingredients. Portion control is very important to sandwich making. Proper portioning reduces excess ingredients. If the portions are not consistent, the actual cost of making a sandwich is not also consistent. Proper portion control ensures that diners get satisfaction when they eat the sandwich. Portion control is necessary to proportionate the weight, scoop and slice of food items. It ensures a consistent and quality sandwich. Other ingredients can be portioned by slicing the meat thinly and correctly. You will need a good meat slicer and scale to weigh a meat. For sandwich fillings, you can use scoops and make it sure it does not exceed the scoop edges. The scoop is made so you can proportionately apportion the amount of food, no more or no less. I'll repeat, use scoops for the proper portioning of the ingredients. A sliced item can be portioned by count. If portioning is by count, take care to slice to the proper thickness. A sliced item can be portioned by weight. If done by weight, each portion can be placed on squares of wax paper or stuck in a container. Creative sandwich preparation. Sandwiches should be attractively served on plates for individual serving or on platters for multiple serving. The plate or platters can be decorated with suitable ingredients to enhance the overall presentation. Attractive presentation makes a garnish tray more appealing. You should learn the techniques for creating balanced, colorful, and appealing buffet arrangements. Use garnishes that complement sandwiches, such as a variety of olives, peppers, and pickles that adds colors and texture to the tray. Spread left lettuce on a tray. Decorate the tray edges with the top curly part of the leaves. The base of the leaves point toward the center of the tray. This creates decorative bed for the sandwiches and garnishes. Spear the center of each sandwich with a long toothpick if it is layered, such as a clubhouse sandwiches or slices of submarine sandwiches. The pick keeps the sandwich together on the tray and makes them neater for guests to select. The sandwich won't fall apart when someone picks it up. Arrange the sandwiches by the filling, with the contents exposed to make sandwich selection more obvious. Sandwich quarters should be arranged with cut edge of the sandwich pointing up at the viewer. Arrange finger sandwiches in a spiral or setting up the sandwiches in rows in the tray, with a row of garnishes between each row of sandwiches. Place vegetarian sandwiches on a separate tray from sandwich made with meat products. Place pinwheel in a circular design on a platter with the pinwheel filling facing upward to show off the color of the ingredients. Any questions? All right, it's sandwich time.
Pinwheel sandwich. Here are the ingredients: mayonnaise, ham, cheese, loaf bread, cucumber, lettuce. First, assemble bread and topping spread. Second, remove the crust from the bread. Third, flatten pieces of bread with rolling pin, roll once or twice. Fourth, spread or place bread, ham, cheese, and lettuce on the bread. Fifth, with two hands, roll up each slice to create the pinwheel. Sixth, insert toothpick if it won't stay rolled together. Slice them half-inch thick and fasten with toothpicks before serving on platters. Present pinwheel sandwich. First, spread lettuce leaf on a tray. Second, Decorate the tray edges with the top curly parts of the leaves. The base of the leaves point toward the center of the tray. Plate pinwheel sandwiches in a circular design on a platter with the pinwheeling facing upward to show off the color of the ingredients. Teacup sandwich. Here are the ingredients: mayonnaise, ham, cheese, loaf bread, cucumber, lettuce. First, assemble bread. Second, put on spread, cheese, ham, and lettuce. Third, cover the fillings with another piece of bread. Fourth, remove the crust from the bread. Lastly, cut the bread into quarters. Present teacup sandwiches. Place a thinly sliced cucumber on the top of the sliced bread. Insert toothpick. Arrange the teacup sandwiches in rows. Clubhouse sandwich. Here are the ingredients: mayonnaise, ham, cheese, loaf bread, cucumber, lettuce. Spread the center of each sandwich with a long toothpick. Present the clubhouse sandwich by showing the colors of the ingredients. Here are the presentations of the different varieties of sandwiches: pinwheel sandwich, teacup sandwich, and clubhouse sandwich.
Now we have a different varieties of sandwiches. We already knew on how to present sandwiches. So what are you waiting for? Back to your ingredients and create and plate your own sandwich. At this point, let us assess your knowledge about presenting a sandwiches. My dear students, please write your answers in your activity notebook. Let us assess. Direction. True or false? Write true if the statement is true and write false if it is not. So are you now ready? Let us begin. Number 1. Proper portioning reduces excess ingredients and ensures consistent, a quality sandwich. I repeat. Proper portioning reduces excess ingredients and ensures a consistent and quality sandwich. Number 2. Portion control is necessary to proportionate the weight, scoop, and slice of food items. I repeat, portion control is necessary to proportionate the weight, scoop, and slice of food items. Number 3. Sandwiches are served on platters for individual serving or on plates for multiple serving. Sandwiches are served on platters for individual serving or on plates for multiple servings. Number 4. Arrange pinwheel sandwiches in a spiral position. Arrange pinwheel sandwiches in a spiral position. And lastly, number 5. Plate pinwheel sandwiches in a circular design on a platter with pinwheel filling facing upward. Plate pinwheel sandwiches in a circular design on a platter with pinwheel filling facing upward. Time to check your answers. For item number 1, the correct answer is true. For item number 2, the correct answer is true. For item number 3, the answer is false because we use plate for individual serving and platters for multiple serving. For number 4, the answer is true. And lastly, the answer is true. Okay, please count your scores. Did you get them perfectly? Great! For those who didn't get a perfect score, good job. At least, there's nothing better than trying your best. Now you really have what it takes to create and plate your own sandwich. For your assignment, following the concepts of presenting a variety of sandwich, prepare and plate a variety of sandwich. Any questions? All right. We have a question here coming from John Leo of Dweg. What do you mean by the term present in the presentation of sandwiches? The term present, John Leo, in the presentation of sandwich is to show by means of garnishing and plating. We need to present the sandwich attractively to look appetizing. All right, we have also a question here coming from Anna Rose of Benlag. Aside from lettuce and cucumber for garnishing, what are the other complements we can use in garnishing? You may use olives, peppers, pickles, and onions for garnishing, Anna. And lastly, we have a question here. What are the factors to consider in the presentation of sandwiches? The factors to consider in presentation of sandwiches are the height, the balance, the texture, the bread. Of course, choose the bread appropriate to the sandwich you are making. And lastly, color. Make your sandwich more colorful. Okay? Any questions? Right. Our lesson is ended. I hope you have learned a lot with our lesson for today. Keep watching on RTV Tarlac channel 26 for more updates. Remember, my dear students, in TLE, we gain for knowledge, skills, and progress. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 8 to 8 a.m. station. Until next time for another fun learning experience in Cookery 9. I am Ryan Arpadero, your digger teacher for today, saying hashtag I love TLE. Thank you and enjoy learning. Goodbye. Stay safe.
Wagi sa kaalaman, kabahagi sa kaligtasan.
Nga nasa karaman kaparte sa seguridad.
Analo at kakapatan, kabiyangan at kilalaban.
Narito ang mga dapat gawin habang lumilindol.
Yumuko at magtago sa ilalim na matibay na mesa at kumapit sa mga paa nito. Umiwas sa mga bintanang salamin, mga aparador at mabibigat na gamit na maaring mahulog o matumba. Matapos ang pagyanig, agad na lisanin ang gusali at pumunta sa evacuation area. Kung ikaw ay nasa labas, magtungo agad sa open area. Lumayo sa mga gusali, puno, poste at mga lugar na may panganib ng pagguho ng lupa. Kapag naman nagmamaneho, itabi at ihinto ang sasakyan at lumabas.
Wagi sa kaalaman, kabahagi sa kaligtasan.
Madaugon sa kasayuran, kabahin sa kaluwasan.
Sinambot keng kabaluan, kayabe keng kasamasnan.
Madaugon sa kahibalo, kabahin sa kaluwasan.
Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino.
mo. Radyo Pilipino. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online. Sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Your Miss Paniki 2023 is...
Candidate number 11, Kayemi Gomez of Abogado!
Kinoronahan na kamakailan ang bagong Miss Paniki 2023 na si Miss Kaynie Cortez sa Paniki Public Auditorium, kung saan host ng Coronation Night si Miss World 2013 Megan Yang at actor at asawa nitong si Micael Daez. Ang 21 years old na tubong barangay abogado Paniki Tarlac ay hindi maipaliwanag ang kanyang nararamdaman dahil sa pagkapanalo.
I feel overwhelmed po kasi dream ko po talaga na magkaroon ng crown ng Miss Paniki.
Dagdag pa nito, ginawa nito ang lahat ng kanyang makakaya.
Kasi I did my best, I gave all my best po for this pageant.
Ibinahagi rin nito ang napili nitong advocacy at kung bakit.
My advocacy po is all about youth empowerment because I still believe na ang kabataan ng pag-asa ng bayan.
Ipinahayag naman ni Paniki Mayor Max Rojas ang kanyang papuri para sa mga kandidata.
Nakita ko talaga yung pagpapractice nila, nag-effort sila para sa laban nila bilang kandidata ng Miss Paniki 2023. Ngayon, nakita ko talagang nagpursige sila. Napakaganda lahat ng kanilang sinabi. Kaya binabati ko ang mga kandidata na nanalo.
Pinuri rin ni Vice Mayor Aida Ben Rojas ang performance ng mga candidates at pinasalamatan ang lahat ng sumuporta.
Yung mga candidates namin napakagagaling at napakaganda po nila. Yung mga nanalo, sobrang deserving po nila. Even yung mga hindi man pinalad, magagaling din po sila. Kaya yung alam namin yung mga judges na hirapan mamili kung sino yung talagang mananalo. Ako po nagpapasalamat po sa mga kababayan namin na sumuporta ngayon, sa mga magulang ng mga candidates po natin, sa lahat po ng mga kababayan ko kahit na nanood sa live, marami pong nanood sa live, nagpapasalamat din po ako.
Ayon naman kay Benz Obsena, Tourism Chairman ng Bayan ng Paniki, napakaganda ng mga advokasya ng mga kandidata.
Actually, yung mga advocacy nila is magaganda para sa bayan ng Paniki. Narinig naman natin kanina doon sa kanilang mga ibinigay na sagot na puno ito ng inspirasyon mula sa kanilang mga sariling ipinagdaanan at ganoon na rin doon sa kakayanan nila bilang isang babae. Dahil we are celebrating Women's Month, maganda yung ipinakita nilang mga advokasya para sa ating mga kababayan. At we are looking forward na yung mga advokasya nila malaki ang maitutulong ng pamahalaang bayan ng Paniki. Nang sa ganon maging makatotohanan ito hindi lamang sa mga kababaihan kundi sa lahat ng mamamayang Panikenyo dito sa ating bayan.
Ang mga nagwagi sa ginanap na Miss Paniki 2023 ay mag-uuwi ng kani-kanilang mga premyo mula sa iba't ibang sponsors. Dumalo naman sa Coronation Night si Tarlac 1st District Congressman Jaime Coangco at iba pang mga VIPs at LGU officials. Kabilang din sa naging judges ng Miss Paniki 2023 ay si Miss Claudia D. Coangco, presidente ng Radyo Pilipino Media Group at iba pang mga kilalang personalidad. Ang ginanap na Miss Paniki 2023 ay isa sa mga pinaka-inaabangan ng mga residente bilang parte ng selebrasyon ng kapistahan ng bayan. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth?
Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Lori Jane G. Damaso, your remote teacher broadcaster for Arts Grade 9, broadcasting live here in Moncada, Tarlac. Join me for the next 25 minutes of another fun-filled learning experience as we try to explore our lesson about Romantic sculptures and Gothic Revival architecture. How are you today? I'm glad you are fine. Before we start our new lesson, let us first have a review of our topic last time. Last time, we talked about Romantic painters. Can you still remember the painters of the Romantic era? Let us have a quick review and let us see if you can answer my questions. Are you ready? I will give you 5 seconds to answer each question. Let's have question number 1. Who are the artists that express their feelings and passion using portraits, figures as their subjects? Very good. The artists who express their feelings and passion using portraits and figures as their subjects were Jean-Louis Theodore Géricault, Eugene Delacroix, and Francisco Goya. Question number 2. Who are the 2 famous landscape artists during the Romantic period? Very good. The 2 famous landscape artists during the Romantic period are Theodore Rousseau and Jean-Baptiste Camille Corot. Excellent! I'm glad that you still remember the topic last session. Give yourself 5 claps for a job well done. Now, let us have our new lesson for today. But before we start, make sure you are holding your printed module so you can follow as I go along the discussions. Stay in the most comfortable place while watching or listening to this broadcast. Hands off to all distractions. Lend me your ears and stay focused to our lesson. At the end of the module, you are expected to identify representative artists from Romantic periods and Gothic Revival architecture. Okay then, are you ready? Let us get started and talk about the Romantic sculptures and Gothic Revival architecture. So, what is sculpture? Western sculpture was born in ancient Greece, where carving and modeling were used to create pottery and statues. Carving, which is the removal of material, and modeling, which is the addition of material, are the two ways of creating sculptures. Most ancient sculptures were made from wood, stone, metal, glass, and ceramic. Famous sculptures are usually made out of stone, and these are the ones that survived. However, modern sculptures are made from different materials, such as things like plastic, and even objects we considered as trash. Throughout history, large sculptures were seen as extremely expensive and time-consuming art. Many famous sculptures were made for either politics or religion. Romantic sculpture can be divided into two. First, about works that concern the natural world, and the second is those that concern the natural world. The leading sculptors of each type were Rude and Berry. Let us first talk about François Rude. François Rude was born on January 4, 1784 and died on November 3, 1855. He was best known for his social art, which aimed to inspire and capture the interest of a broad public. He rejected the classical repose of the late 18th and the early 19th century French sculpture in favor of a dynamic, emotional style, and created many movements that stirred the public for generations. He exemplifies the moral seriousness of monumental sculpture in mid-19th century in France. An important figure in the burgeoning trend of commemorative statuary, Rude played a seminal role in the period's obsessive glorification of national heroes. He is best known as the creator of the iconic Departure of the Volunteers in 1792, which is popularly called La Marseillaise. It portrays the goddess Liberty urging the forces of the French Revolution onward. François Rude commemorated a crucial moment in modern history through the powerful language of classical allegory. The Departure of the Volunteers of 1792 honors France's first citizen army, formed in response to a threatened invasion by a Prussian-Austrian coalition intent on restoring the deposed Bourbon monarchy. Dressed in classical armor and carrying ancient weapons, men ranging from youth to old age rally under the command of a fierce female warrior. Borne up by wings and wearing a Phrygian cap, which were worn by freed slaves in Roman times, she represents the victorious spirit of liberty, conceived as the embodiment of France during the Revolution of 1789. This highly finished plaster relief, one of a few of Rude's models to survive, so closely resembles the final version, is sculpted on a colossal scale for the Arc de Triomphe on the Champs-Élysées in Paris that is may have served as a guide for stone carvers. Another famous artwork of Roudet is Jeanne d'Arc. This marble sculpture of Joan of Arc was made in 1852 by François Roudet. She is depicted as a young woman with flowing dress, holding and resting a helmet with her left hand as she raises her right hand as if she hears something. Since the time of her death, Jeanne has inspired thousands of historians, poets, and painters. Each of them tells a different story, guided by what she thought were divine voices. Jeanne revived French fortunes in the Hundred Years' War. She played a major and somewhat mysterious role in rallying the flagging forces of Charles VII against the English occupier in 1429, leading her troops to breaking the siege of Orleans and having Charles VII, the King of France, officially crowned king in Reims the same year. Girl and soldier, saint and heretic, savior. Since the time of her death, Jeanne has inspired thousands of historians, poets, and painters. She was later captured and sold to the English, who burned her at the stake for heresy and perjury in 1431 in Rouen, France. But her death only made her more powerful. She was only 19 years old. The men of subsequent centuries took her story for their plays and poems, her image for their statues. She became the spirit of France, the maiden, the holy warrior, the republican, and Napoleonic symbol for opposition to the English and for those who would protect France from foreign domination. In the Second World War, Charles de Gaulle used her standard, the Cross of Lorraine, as the symbol of Free France. In 1920, she was canonized as a saint by Pope Benedict XV. Another leading sculptor of the Romantic era is Anton Louis Barye. Anton Louis Barye is a prolific French sculptor, painter, and printmaker whose subject was primarily animals. He was the most famous animal sculptor of all time. He studied the anatomy of his subjects by sketching residents of the Paris Zoo. The mass of admirable work left by Barye entitles him to be regarded as one of the greatest animal life artists of the French animalier school and the refiner of a class of art which has attracted such men as Emmanuel Fremier, Paul-Edouard Delabere, Auguste Caine, and Georges Gardet. His famous artworks are Hercules sitting on a ball and Theseus slaying the Minotaur. For those who just tuned in, you are listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This is your teacher broadcaster, Lord Jane G. Damaso, and our lesson is all about Romantic sculptors and Gothic revival architecture. We are now done discussing about the Romantic sculptors. Let us now proceed with our next topic, which is the Gothic Revival architecture. Gothic Revival, which is also referred to as Victorian Gothic or Neo-Gothic, is an architectural movement that began in the late 1740s in England. Many of Neo-Gothic buildings feature castellation in which the walls and towers are crenelated in imitation of medieval castles. Indeed, heavily castellated Neo-Gothic buildings have been often referred to as castles, even though they never served as a defensive structure. Among them was Strawberry Hill. As the first Gothic revival architecture in Europe, Strawberry Hill seamlessly blended landscape design, architecture, and decorative arts to forge a new direction in 18th century design and culture. The grounds and buildings, with their uniquely designed interiors, were the visionary project of writer Horace Walpole, the youngest son of Britain's first Prime Minister. Strawberry Hill was designed to display his collections of fine and decorative art amidst rooms reflecting Gothic aesthetics and his fascination with materials. One of the most astonishing touches in the decorative scheme is the inventive and often deceptive use of paper mache to render flourishes that could be mistaken for stone or wood architectural details. Although much of Walpole's extensive collection was auctioned by his descendants in 1842, and the property sold to St. Mary's College in 1925, the architecture and landscape of Strawberry Hill remained largely intact. Now demolished and restored, is the most famous work of the decorative phase in the Gothic Revival. Gothic Revival became widely used for churches and civic buildings throughout the West, especially in Britain and the United States. Bricks and stones were both commonly used. The architects who used Neo-Gothic style were Charles Barry and James Renwick. Let us first have Charles Barry. Charles Barry was born on May 23, 1795 and died on May 12, 1860. He was a British architect, best known for his role in the rebuilding of the Palace of Westminster, which was also known as the Houses of Parliament, in London during the mid-19th century. He is also responsible for numerous other buildings and gardens. He is known for his major contribution to the use of Italianate architecture in Britain, especially the use of palazzo as basis for the design of country houses, city mansions, and public buildings. He also developed the Italian Renaissance garden style for the many gardens he designed around country houses. His famous work is the Houses of Parliament, which is also known as the Palace of Westminster. And last but definitely not the least artist we have is James Renwick. James Renwick was born on November 1, 1818 and died on June 23, 1895 in New York City. He is one of the most successful, prolific, and versatile American artists in the latter half of the 19th century. Renwick's crowning American work is the St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. It is an immense and eclectic twin-spired structure that mixed the German, French, and the English Gothic influences. St. Patrick's Cathedral is a decorated neo-Gothic Catholic cathedral in Manhattan, with the primary structure erected between 1858 and 1878. A prominent landmark of New York City, it is the seat of the Archbishop of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of New York as well as a parish church. It is considered one of the most visible symbols of the Catholic Church in the United States. And that concludes our lesson for today. Did you enjoy our lesson? I am glad to hear that. Let us see if you really understood the lesson discussed. I will give you some activities to answer. Get your activity sheet and answer them. For items 1 to 5, you need to identify the names of the following architecture and sculptures. Choose the letter of the correct answer in the box provided. Let us have item number 1. What is the name of this sculpture? It is one of Anton Louis Barrier's artwork. Your choices are A. Departure of the Volunteers, B. Hercules sitting on a ball, C. John d'Arc, D. St. Patrick's Cathedral, E. Strawberry Hill, or letter F. Theseus slaying the Minotaur. Yes, the answer is letter B. Hercules sitting on a ball. Next, item number 2. What is the name of this architecture? It is one of the famous architecture during the Gothic Revival era. Choices are A. Departure of the Volunteers, B. Hercules sitting on a ball, C. John d'Arc, D. St. Patrick's Cathedral, E. Strawberry Hill, or letter F. Theseus slaying the Minotaur. Very good. The answer is letter E. Strawberry Hill. Item number 3. How about this sculpture? Can you remember its name? It is also called La Marseillaise. It portrays the goddess Liberty urging the forces of the French Revolution onward. Your choices are letter A. Hercules, Departure of the Volunteers, B. Hercules sitting on a ball, C. John d'Arc, D. St. Patrick's Cathedral, E. Strawberry Hill, or letter F. Theseus slaying the Minotaur. Very good. The correct answer is letter A. Departure of the Volunteers. Number 4. This marble sculpture was made in 1852 by François Riday. She is depicted as a young woman with flowing dress holding and resting a helmet with her left hand as she raises her right hand as if she hears something. Your choices are A. Departure of the Volunteers, B. Hercules sitting on a ball, C. John d'Arc, D. St. Patrick's Cathedral, E. Strawberry Hill, or letter F. Theseus slaying the Minotaur. Yes, correct. The answer is letter C. John d'Arc. And number 5. It is an immense and eclectic twin-inspired structure that mixes German, French, and English Gothic influences. A. Departure of the Volunteers. B. Hercules sitting on a ball. C. John Dart. B. St. Patrick's Cathedral. A. Strawberry Hill. Or letter F. Theseus slaying the Minotaur. The correct answer is letter D. St. Patrick's Cathedral. Now we are done with the first part of your assessment. Let us have the second part, which is multiple choice. Let's continue and have number 6. What is the action of art? Action or art of processing plastic hard materials into works of art. If your answer is letter C, very good. You got the correct answer. 7. What year did Barry won the design competition held for a new Houses of Parliament building? The correct answer is letter C. Number 8. Who was the name behind Britain's foremost Gothic revival monument, the Westminster Palace? The correct answer is letter C. Charles Barry. Number 9. What is the other term for Gothic revival? If your answer is letter C, very good. And number 10, what is the most famous work of the decorative phase of the Gothic revival? Very good. The correct answer is letter B, Strawberry Hill. Perfect. That was awesome. 25 minutes of fun-filled learning experience in Hearts has been concluded. I hope you learned a lot about today. Again, I am your anchor for today, Lori Jane G. Damaso, and until next time.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTC 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat ng taga-subaybay ng ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo dito sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at sa bayang napapakinggan sa DZTC Radyo Pilipino, 828 AM Radio at napapanood via Converge TV Channel 100, FB Live sa FB page ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at FB page ng DEPED tayo, Tarlac Province. Ako po si Sir Chester Cura, ang AP Leader ng Aranguren Integrated School High School Department at ang Vice President ng Division Association of Social Studies Leaders and Educators for Cluster 4 at isang kasalo enthusiast ang inyong segment host dito sa Kasalo sa Radyo. Napakapalad po natin ngayong hapon dahil makakasama natin ang President ng Division Association of Social Studies Leaders and Educators at Teacher in Charge ng Mababanaba High School and also a good friend of mine, walang iba kundi si Sir Harold G. Giam. Magandang hapon, Sir Harold.
Hello, Sir Chester. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kasama din po natin ngayong hapon ang napakagaling at napakahusay at ang illustrator ng ating division at Master Teacher 1 ng Hirona North Central School. Walang iba kundi si Ma'am Diana V. Facun. Magandang hapon, Ma'am Diana.
Magandang hapon, Sir Kevin and Sir Harold at sa ating mga nakikinig kayo.
Alright. So once again, welcome po dito sa ating Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo dito sa virtual project Kasalo sa Radyo. So bago po tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong hapon, batiin muna natin ang lahat ng ating mga nanonood. FB Live ng RTV Tarlac TV Channel 26 at ang mga nakikinig sa DZTC Radyo Pilipino 828 AM Radio. Mauna tayo sa iyo, Sir Harold.
Okay, thank you, Sir Chester. Good afternoon po sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon sa ating FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at mga nakikinig sa DZTC Radyo Pilipino 828 AM Radio. At gusto ko ring batiin ang aking school, ang aming principal si Dr. Reynaldo Doria, ang mga head teachers namin at gayon din ang mga teachers ng Mababanaba National High School at sa lahat ng mga students namin ngayon na nanonood. Hello, good afternoon po.
Alright. Sir Harold, maraming salamat. Ngayon naman, Ma'am Diana, batiin mo naman yung ating mga tagapanood ngayon.
Okay, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa lahat ng mga kasalo enthusiast, sa lahat ng mga gustong matuto ng ating history sa Tarlac. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Binabati ko po ang mga guro at mga principal ng Hirona North District sa pamumuno po ng aming bagong district supervisor na si Dr. Marilyn H. Pascua at gayon din ng aming principal na si Dr. Diana Ayugay. Magandang
Alright,
hapon po sa lahat.
Maraming salamat, Ma'am Diana. Of course, binabati ko rin po ang lahat ng nanonood sa Aranguren Integrated School High School Department, lalong-lalo na ang aming school head, Ma'am El Matidatu, at ang aming mga head teachers, co-teachers, maging ang aming mga estudyante. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Alright, so tatalakayin natin ngayong hapon ay kung ano ba yung mga nangyari sa panahon ng Rebolusyong Pilipino at Amerikano at maging ang mga iba't ibang mga pangyayari sa panahon ng Amerikano sa ating lalawigan. Alright, so bago tayo magsimula, gusto kong munang malaman kung kailan ba nagsimula ang panahon ng Revolusyonaryong Pilipino at Amerikano at kung ano bang naging dahilan ng pagsiklab ng rebolusyong ito. Sir Harold?
Okay, yes Sir Chester. Napaka-interesting ng ating paksa ngayong araw na ito. Nagsimula ang panahon ng Rebolusyong Pilipino at Amerikano noong ika-4 ng Pebrero taong 1899. Kung saan hindi inaasahang nabaril ng isang Amerikano ang isang kawal Pilipino na tumatawid sa tulay ng Nagtahan Santa Mesa, Maynila. Ito ang nagsilbing mitya ng hindi pagkakaunawaan sa pagitan ng Pilipino at Amerikano na humantong sa isang Rebolusyong Pilipino-Amerikano.
Alright, Sir Harold. Ma'am Diana, may nais ka bang idagdag sa sinabi ni Sir Harold?
Tama si Sir Harold, Sir Chester, na kung saan at that time parang nagpapakiramdaman muna ang mga Pilipino at ang mga Amerikano. Nagkataon naman na itong isang kawal ng Amerikano ay parang trip lang niya na nakita niya yung isang Pilipino na tumatawid sa tulay. Ayun, binaril niya. Yun, siyempre, para siyang crossfire, nagsisimula lang sa maliit, tapos unti-unting gagapang at gumapang ngayong balitang yon. Kaya ito ang naging trigger. Nag-trigger para simulan ang Rebolusyong Pilipino at Amerikano.
Alright, Ma'am Diana. So nabanggit mo na yun yung nag-trigger sa ating mga kababayang Pilipino sa pakikipagdigma sa mga Amerikano, ngunit hindi sila nagtagumpay. So bakit kaya hindi sila nagtagumpay, Ma'am Diana? Ano-ano kaya yung mga dahilan kung bakit hindi nagtagumpay ang ating mga kababayang Pilipino noong rebolusyong ito?
Okay, salamat Sir Chester. Kung tutusin, pag ikaw ay mahilig manood ng mga pelikula tungkol sa ating history, mapapansin mo talaga. At even yung mga historiador natin, sinasabi nila na ang mga rebolusyong, mga digmaang ito ay karamihan na ay hindi naging matagumpay. Unang-una ay dahil sa kakulangan ng sandata. Yan. Bakit kulang sila ng sandata? Kasi kung minsan, nung unang panahon, limited pa lang mga baril, bala. So kung minsan pag ginagamit nila ito kapag nagsasanay sila. Pangalawa, hindi dapat nating makakalimutan yung tinatawag nating kasunduan sa Biak na Fato, na kung saan ang isa sa mga kwando na kasunduan ay i-surrender ng mga Pilipino yung kanilang armas. Though hindi lahat sinurrender, so kokonti yung natira. So iyon ang unang dahilan bakit hindi nagtatagumpay. Pangalawa, kung napanood nyo yung pelikulang General Luna, sabi niya doon, yung isa sa mga gusto kong line, sabi niya, mas maigi pa na ang langit, ang pagkasunduin ang langit at lupa kaysa sa dalawang Pilipino tungkol sa isang bagay. So, nagkaroon po tayo ng mga tampuhan, inggitan sa mga kapwa Pilipino sa pagitan ng mga kawal, sa pagitan ng mga pinuno. Kaya yun, lalong imbis na nagkakaisa tayo nung panahon na yun, ay hindi nangyayari. Pangalawa, ay ang panghuli ay yung pang-aabuso ng mga nasa mataas na tungkol ng mga kawal ng mga Pilipino. So, nakita nyo mga kasama na nung sinishare ko nga ito sa mga estudyante ko, kasi lesson ito ng mga ng grade 6. Sabi niya ng isang estudyante ko, ay, sabi niya, hindi lang pala nung ngayon teacher na hindi nagkakanoan yung mga ibang Pilipino, pati pala noon. Sabi ko, oo naman, sabi ko. Kaya yun, Sir Chester, ay naging dahilan, kulang ng sandata, hindi pagkakaunawaan ng mga pinuno at mga kawal. At yung panghuli ay yung tinatawag nating pang-abuso ng mga nakakataas na mga pinuno.
Alright, tama Ma'am Diana. Yung mga nabanggit mong dahilan, o mga epekto na nabanggit ay ito yung mga dahilan kung bakit hindi nga nagtagumpay ang ating mga kababayan noon. Dahil sa panahong iyon, ang dapat nating kailangan talaga ay ang pagkakaisa. Gusto ko yung nag-quote ka ng line, Ma'am Diana, doon sa mga napagod. Magandang practicing kasi talagang love na love mo ang kasaysayan. Okay? Hindi naman, ano-ano pa yung mga naranasang suliranin ng ating mga revolusyonaryong Pilipino noong mga panahong iyon, Sir Harold?
Yes, ayun nga Sir Chester, no, nabanggit nga kanina ni Ma'am Dayan, no, maliban sa mga kabanan ng mga Pilipino at mga Amerikano, isa pang suliranin na naranasan ay ang pagkakaroon ng panloob na suliranin. Dito nga ay nagkaroon ng sigalot ang bawat mga Pilipino dahil inggitan, nakikita nila na gusto nilang makisama sa mga Amerikano, so nagkaroon din ng ang pagtatraidor sa kapwa nila mga Pilipino. Yes.
Alright, Sir Harold. So dahil dun sa mga nangyayari noong mga panahong yon, nais kong malaman, meron bang pamahalaan ang Pilipinas noong mga panahong yon, Sir Harold?
Yes, Sir Chester. Dahil nga nabanggit natin kanina, so sa katunayan, ang pamahalang ito ay tinatawag natin na pamahalaang revolusyonaryo. Pero dahil sa pilit na tinutugis, ang mga kawal Amerikano, ang mga kawal Pilipino ay nagpalipat-lipat sila ng sentro ng pamahalaan.
Alright. Nabanggit mo, Sir Harold, na nagpalipat-lipat sila ng sentro ng pamahalaan. Ano ba yung dahilan? Bakit sila nagpalipat-lipat?
Alam Sir Chester, nagpalipat-lipat sila ng sentro ng pamahalaan sa kadahilan ng upang maiwasan ang mga pagbihag ng mga kawal Amerikano sa kanila dahil nga gusto nilang maiwasan. Ayaw nila na magpasupil, magpabihag sa mga Amerikano.
Alright, tama yun, Sir Harold. Okay. So, dahil doon, maraming salamat, Sir Harold. Ma'am Diana, nabanggit ni Sir Harold paglipat ng sentro ang pamahalaan noong mga panahong yon. Ngayon, ano-ano yung mga lugar na pinaglipatan ng sentro ng ating pamahalaan noong mga panahong yon? Maaari mo bang sabihin?
Sa ating mga tagapakinig, so tandaan po natin yung mga lugar na ito. Okay. Ang pamahalang revolusyonaryo ay nilipat mula sa bayan ng Malolos, Bulacan, okay, sa San Isidro, Nueva Ecija. Tandaan natin noong ika-14 ng Abril 1899. Mula dito, inilipat uli sa Kabanatuan ang pamahalang o himpilang militar. Ang bayan na naman ng Angeles ang naging sentro ng pamahalaan noong ika-7 ng Mayo 1899. At ito ay muling nilipat sa bayan ng Bamban noong ika-6 ng Hunyo 1899. Kaya very historic pala ang Bamban, mga kasama. At Tarlac naman noong ika-21 ng Hunyo 1899 kung saan nagsanib ang pamahalaan at himpilang militar na tumagal ng halos 4 na buwan. Tandaan natin ito ay nilipat sa Tarlac na halos umabot ng 4 na buwan mula ika-21 ng Hunyo hanggang ika-12 ng Nobyembre ng nasabi ding taon. So, kaya kung iisipin mo, sabi nila ang Tarlac, parang wala masyadong history dyan. Pero titignan mo sa ating pinaglipatan ng pamahalaan ni Aguinaldo, sa pamumuno ni Aguinaldo, ang Tarlac ay isa sa mga isang sa mga pinili ng ating Pangulong Emilio Aguinaldo.
Alright, Ma'am Diana. Nakakabilib na ang dami palang pinaglipatan ng sentro ng pamahalaan noong panahong yon. Okay? At eto pa, kasama pala ang Tarlac doon sa mga lalawigang ito. Kaya naman, nais kong malaman doon sa loob ng 4 na buwan, Sir Harold, ano ba yung mga mahalagang pangyayari ang naganap sa Tarlac noong ito'y naging sentro ng pamahalaang revolusyonaryo?
Okay. Yes, Sir Chester. So sa lahat ng mga nanonood, nakikinig sa atin ngayon, pakinggan niyo itong aking sasabihin mula sa naging sentro ng ating pamahalaan. Maraming mga pangyayari, mga lugar at personalidad ang nakilala ko. Isa na riyan ang simbahan ng San Sebastian sa bayan ng Tarlac kung saan idinaos ang ikalawang kongreso ng pamahalaang revolusyonaryo. Isa pa dito, ang lugar na kinatitirikan naman ng sangay ng pagka-inhinyero ng pamantasan ng Tarlac o yung tinatawag ngayon na TSU o Tarlac State University, ang pansamantalang naging tanggapan ng pamahalaang revolusyonaryo ni Pangulong Emilio Aguinaldo. ang lugar naman na kinatatayuan ngayon ng kooperatiba, na dating kinatirikan ng bahay ni Ginoong Brooksman na isang Suwiso o Swiss ay naging pansamantalang tirahan ni Pangulong Aguinaldo at kanyang pamilya habang sila ay nasa lalawigan. Sa panahong ding ito, nakilala ang tinaguriang bayani ng Tarlac, si General Francisco Macabulos. Isa rin sa masasabi nating makasaysayan ang Kapas National Shrine at ang marker sa Campo O'Donnell sa Kapas Tarlac na nagpapaalala ng kalupitang dinanas ng mga bihag na kawal na Pilipino at Amerikano sa mga Hapones. No, Sir Chester, Ma'am Den, no, matatandaan ko lang, recently ko lang din napuntahan ang Kapas Shrine at yung marker nga ng Campo O'Donnell sa Kapas kasi bilang isang Tarlakenyo nararapat lamang na iyong mapuntahan o mapasyalan ang ganitong mga naganap, mga historical places sa ating lalawigan. Sir Chester?
Yes, tama yung Sir Harold. Nakakamangha na ang dami palang naging ambag ng lalawigan natin sa kasaysayan ng ating bansa. Right? So ngayon, Ma'am Diana, meron po ba kayong nais na idagdag doon sa mga binanggit ni Sir Harold tungkol sa mga pangyayari na ganap noong panahon ng revolusyonaryong Pilipino at Amerikano?
Actually, hindi lang tungkol dito sa anong panahon ng pamahalang revolutionary, Sir Chester, kung saan din, alam mo yung sa Eftaniedo, pag makikita nyo yung isang old building doon, ay isa yon sa mga I think kinatatayuan itong ayon ng M. Luwelier. Ito ay isang piping saksi noong panahon ng pamalang revolusyonaryo. Na kung tutuusin, itong building na ito, kung pupunta kayo sana may picture tayo na, pupunta tayo sa Novo, may old building doon. At dito unang itinaas ang bandila ng Pilipinas at noong panahon ng giyera na kung saan pag makikita mo sa mga group na sa Facebook group ng mga historian, makikita mo yon. So dapat din sana din Sir Chester at Sir Harold, mabigyan din yun ng marker na kasi akala nila ito lang isang establishment, pero tutusin ito ay piping saksi ng ating kasaysayan.
Alright, Ma'am Diana. Okay, so tama yung nabanggit ni Ma'am Diana. Yun ba yung parang old house sa harap ng Novo?
Yes, tama yun. Yun.
Actually, nakikita ko rin yun.
Pero actually, yung building yun, Sir Chester, parang hanggang third floor siya. So, alam ni Sir Lambert yan.
Tama, hindi ako aware na napakamakasaysayan pala ng building na yun. Maraming salamat sa mga impormasyong na idagdag ninyo, Sir Harold at Ma'am Diana. So, nais ko lang ding idagdag na noong mga panahong ito, kaya umabot ng halos 4 na buwan yung pagtagal ng ating pamahalang revolusyonaryo sa ating lalawigan ay dahil tag-ulan. Alright, maraming mga bagyo noong mga araw na yan. Kaya naman tumagal yon ng halos 4 na buwan. So malaking tulong rin pala ang kalikasan sa mga panahong ito kasi nakakamangha at nakakatuwa na halos lahat ng lugar sa ating lalawigan makasaysayan. Alright? So, ngayon gusto kong malaman, Sir Harold, kumusta naman yung kalakalan sa ating lalawigan noong mga panahong ito?
Okay, yes. Thank you, Sir Chester. Sa pagiging sentro ng lalawigan noong panahong iyon, maraming mga mamamayan ang mula sa iba't ibang lugar gaya ng Pampanga, Pangasinan, Maynila, Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, Nueva Vizcaya, Zambales, Bataan, maging ang lalawigan ng La Union, Ilocos Sur, at Norte, Cagayan at Isabela. So kung mapapansin natin dito, ito ay mga kabilang sa Region 1, which is yung Ilocos Region, yung Region 2, yung sa Cagayan Valley, at of course, yung ating rehiyon, ang Region 3, ang Central Luzon, na tumungo sa ating lalawigan upang makiisa at tumulong sa pamahalaan sa pamamagitan ng pakikipagkalakalan na kinalaunan at tumira na rin sila dito. So, ganun yung naging sentro ng ating lalawigan sa pamahalaang revolusyonaryo, Ma'am Den and Sir Chester.
Alright, Sir Harold, napakadami palang mga lalawigan. Halos buong North Luzon ay nagpunta sa ating lalawigan para makipagkalakalan. Pero, nais kong malaman ngayong hapon, ano pa ba yung mga nangyari sa ating lalawigan pagkatapos namang ilipat ang sentro ng pamahalaan sa ibang lugar, Ma'am Diana?
Yes, Sir Chester. Alam naman natin na unti-unti na sinasakop na ng mga Amerikano ang mga lalawigan, di ba? So, ang nangyari dito, pagkatapos sa Tarlac, inilipat ang sentro ng pamahalan sa Bayambang, Pangasinan. Kasi unti-unti na nilang nakukubkob, lumalapit na sila, yung mga Amerikano. Kaya ito ay nilipat sa Bayambang, Pangasinan noong 12 ng Nobyembre 1899. Ay pagkatapos noon ay nilipat uli sa rehiyon ng Ilocos at sa huli ay sa Palanan, Isabela. So ang last na destinasyon ng ating pamahalang revolusyonaryo ay sa Palanan, Isabela, na kung saan yung ating pinuno noon ay doon siya nahuli.
Yes.
Alright, Ma'am Diana, halos nalibot pala nila yung North Luzon. Dahil dyan naalala ko tuloy yung yung histo tour natin noong mga unang-una, nung nilibot din natin yung North Luzon, kung saan pinuntahan natin yung mga historical places. Alright, so ngayon, nais kong malaman, Sir Harold, dahil nga linipat ng muli ang sentro ng ating pamahalaan, ano naman yung mga nangyari sa ating mga kawal Pilipino pagkatapos malipat yung sentro ng pamahalaan?
Okay. So, since Sir Chester, nabanggit kanina ni Ma'am Diana na nagpalipat-lipat sila, so karamihan sa mga kawal Pilipino ay naghiwa-hiwalay at nagtungo sa labas ng kabayanan at kabundukan sa kanlurang bahagi ng ating lalawigan upang bumuo ng hiwa-hiwalay na pangkat ng mga gerilya ayon sa tagubilin ni Pangulong Emilio Aguinaldo nang siya ay lumipat patungong Bayambang, Pangasinan. At yes, Sir Chester, kasi nga 'di ba, sabi ni Ma'am Diane kanina na ang pinakahuli na lugar ay ang Palanan, Isabela. So nagkahiwa-hiwalay ang mga Pilipino o dahil gusto nila magsarili, yung iba.
Alright, Sir Harold. Ano pa yung sumunod na nangyari, Ma'am Diana, sa ating lalawigan pagkatapos nun?
Actually, sir, nasakop na nga tayo ng mga Amerikano. So, nung nilipat ang sa Bayambang hanggang patungo sa Region 1, ay unti-unti na tayong nasakop nito. Kaya, sinimulan nila agad na manungkulan sa lalawigan ng Tarlac sa ilalim ng isang pamahalang militar. Tandaan natin pamahalang militar. So, si Kapitan William O. Clark ang naging unang Amerikanong Gobernador General at mula sa 12 ng Nobyembre hanggang 17 ng Pebrero at napalitan ito ng pamahalang sibil. So nakita natin yung transition from revolution pagiging revolutionary na pamahalaan, ito na ay pinalitan bilang pamahalang sibil.
Alright, Ma'am Diana, nabanggit mo yung tungkol sa pamahalaang sibil at pamahalaang militar. Ano ba yung ibig sabihin dito? Pakilinaw nga sa ating mga tagapakinig at nanonood.
Okay, so titignan natin kung bakit nagkaroon ng bakit nagtayo sila ng pamahalaang militar. So, ang pamahalaang militar ay, ang layunin nito ay mapigilan ang pag-aalsa sa bansa at magpanatili ng katahimikan at kaayusan. So, pipigilan lang ng pamahalang ito yung sigalot, yung revolusyon, yung awat-awat. So kapag nakaayos na nila at naging tahimik na ito, mapalitan nila ito ng pamahalang sibil. So ang pamahalang sibil, ito ay uri ng pamahalan na may layunin naman na sanayin na makilahok ang Pilipino sa pamamahala ng bansa. Para training ground dito itong pamahalang sibil para yung makipag-join na, yung ma-experience naman ng mga Pilipino na makilahok sa paano pamahalaan ang isang lugar. So, sabi nga nila, bago nakamit ng Pilipinas ang pagiging malayang bansa, ay nag-under muna siya ng pamahalaang sibil.
Alright. So, malaki pala ang tulong ng mga pamahalaang ito, Ma'am Diana, sa kung anong meron tayo ngayon. Alright? So, ngayon, Sir Harold, ano-ano ba yung naidulot ng pamahalaang militar at pamahalaang sibil sa ating bansa?
Okay. Yes, sir. Sir. Kung matatandaan natin, no, last episode na discuss natin o natalakay natin kung sino ba yung unang naging gobernador politiko-militar at natalakay din natin yung sa pamahalang sibil nga. So ngayon naman, dito sa pamahalang sibil at militar, mula sa pamahalang sibil ay nabigyan ng pagkakataon ang mga Pilipino na makilahok na ngayon sa pamamahala at naibahagi rin sa mga magsasaka ang ilang mga lupaing dating pag-aari ng mga kastikas at nagiging transition na. At nabibigang halaga ang kalusugan at itinuro na ngayon ang Ingles at kaisipang demokratiko sa mga Pilipino. Kaya ngayon, di ba, halos masasabi natin ng mga Pilipino ay magagaling talaga at marunong talaga sa pagsasalita ng Ingles. At mula naman sa pamahalang militar, naging mapayapa at maayos ang buong bansa. Dito ipinatupad nila ang sistema ngayon ng edukasyon. Nabuksan ang Maynila. Ayan na nga yung isa sa kailangan natin, yung pandaigdigang kalakalan. At dito ay nakapagpatayo sila ng mga pamahaalang lokal sa mga lalawigan at mga bayan. So, yun yung sa pamahaalang sibil at pamahalaang militar.
Alright, so napakalaki ang naitulong ng dalawang uri ng pamahalang ito sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa at sa kung anong merong uri ng pamahalaan ang meron tayo ngayon. So nakakatuwang isipin na napakabunga at nag-uumapaw ng ating natutunan ngayon patungkol sa panahon ng Revolusyonaryong Pilipino at Amerikano sa panahon ng Amerikano. Kaya naman, nagpapasalamat ako sa inyong dalawa, Ma'am Diana at Sir Harold, dahil alam kong malaki ang naiambag natin sa ating mga tagapakinig at nanunood tungkol sa naging kasaysayan ng Tarlac sa mga panahong ito. So muli, ako po ang inyong segment host, si Mr. Kevin Chasper M. Cura, ang AP Leader ng Arangoren Integrated School, at ang Vice President ng Division Association of Social Studies Leaders and Educators for Cluster 4, at isa rin kasalo enthusiast na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayang lokal ay daan sa pag-unawa ng nakaraan at pinagmulan. Ito rin ang daan upang ganap na maunawaan ang pambansang kasaysayan na siyang daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you!
Paalam!
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa.